So we're live now, I suppose. And if we're not, then you guys will have to tell us if our volumes are good or not. I'm here with my buddy Wisp, and we're just going to have a light hangout, talk about nothing or anything that comes to mind. No topic, really. So, how you doing, Wisp?
Hello. I mainly am full of sore muscles from yesterday. But aside from that, I'm okay regarding the circumstances, and I think that's okay for, in short.
No, that's good, right?
Yeah.
What did you do to get the sore muscles?
Uh,
Did you kick
that
someone's ass?
no. Maybe I should. Uh, no. If I talk about it, it won't be a light-hearted stream anymore. I had a very good friend come over from across country all the way to help me
Ooh
with
la
some
la.
of the tough private stuff, and yeah, I have severe complex PTSD. I mentioned that before, and talking about that, it makes you cramp up a lot, and yeah,
Right,
that's where
right,
that's from. And but right
right,
now
right.
I'm fine. I'm okay.
Now you're fine. You're just surfing. Everything's cool.
Yeah.
So
But
I was going to ask you this because you're
yeah.
German, right? Have you ever seen Taken, that old TV series from Steven Spielberg?
No, I remember the name, but I never watched it.
Because they speak German in there. It fucking bugs me that I can't figure out exactly what they're saying. So I was hoping you'd seen it. I guess not. They're like Allerrugen something. Um,
No idea.
oh, we got Stargazer Nits in the chat. I like the one person that shows up to this small little forgotten channel. How you doing, Stargazer? No, no, we're not going to have like a huge chat going on here with this little channel. I just figured I have to do something with this, or YouTube is going to kill this channel, basically. So I have to be a little bit better at showing up here and doing stuff.
I'm just
Anyway,
I'm just here so Undoomed can bounce off some talking points.
no, no, no. I always enjoy talking to you. Hopefully, we can do something and talk in a way that people enjoy. But I'm just saying that this is certainly not going to be uh, like when we're on the main channel. No one really listens to this channel. It's just I have to do something because they're gonna demonetize me.
I'm the friend you hide in the corner.
No, we've been on the main channel. Fuck you. Yeah, Stargazer, you're doing good. We're doing. I'm doing good. I think you're doing good too, right? I'm talking to you, Wisp.
I thought you were talking to Stargazer.
No, no, it's like
I'm confused.
you means both of us, I think.
Oh, yeah, I'm okay-ish. As I said, so well,
Yeah,
my muscles are sore and my brain is
been over
depleted.
this.
And it's
Yeah,
probably
we've
why
been over
I'm
this.
kind of fine.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm too.
All right, so you didn't know the thing from Taken. You've never seen that one when they're speaking German, because I was like, I
No,
wonder if that's real or not, or if they're just making up words.
well, for one, I didn't see it, and secondly, if I would have probably seen it on German TV when it came out, and that would have been dubbed in German completely, so I wouldn't have noticed.
Oh. What the fuck was it? There's something like Einraugen or Rogan. Einraugen. I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means?
I
Does that
it
make
does
any
it.
sense?
I'm trying to figure it out, but I can't really make a rhyme on it. You can
Einraugen.
uh,
Einraugen.
if you're really bored, you can maybe look up which the scene of it and send it to me, and I can tell you what they were trying to do. Because oftentimes in American TV shows or any foreign TV show, they speak some fake German that sounds kind of Germanish, but is not anything really, or it's some really you know that it's not a native speaker, like in what's it called, The Boys in season 2, where they had this Nazi superhero, and by the end when she was beaten and dying, she started because she's 100 years old or something. She started recounting memories from when she was young, and in German, and yeah, the words are correct, but nobody talks like that, and it doesn't sound natural at all.
Not back then.
Even not back then. It just sounds it sounds completely unnatural. It sounds like you are taking. It's the first time you learn this language, the first time you learn to pronounce it, and then talk it like a robot that has a rough idea for the feeling of the language, but it's still a robot.
Right. AI.
Yeah, kinda. And you hear that if anything, it's a very strange dialect.
Okay. I don't know if I've seen the last episode of that one. I just kind of lose interest when shit don't come out the same day, because they had like, you had to wait a couple of days, right?
I don't know.
Just forget about it, and then I never watched it again.
Yeah, that's why.
So I think they had like, it came out like one episode every week or something, right? And so I watched it at some point, and all the episodes weren't out. So I don't think I watched the last one, because I just forget. Like, all right, fuck it. The thing is, everything is serialized now, right?
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
Most
and
things.
and it sucks, because once you miss one episode, you're like, fuck it, I'll never watch this thing again.
I don't know. With stream on demand, that shouldn't be a problem either, should it?
No, but I don't want to go back and fucking figure out where I was and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, that I agree with. That's a problem.
With the way it was before, it didn't matter. You could just pick it up anywhere. It didn't matter if you lost a couple episodes or fucking half a season, or just you didn't even know you lost one episode. It didn't matter, right? You could just watch it. But now, like, as soon as you watch one, I just feel like, fuck, I'm not gonna go look that up. And
I think there are series where
that out.
where I think both types of series have a reason to exist.
Sure they do. Sure. I mean, I love Battlestar Galactica, and that's pretty much the mother of all this shit. That's where it all comes from. Everyone wants to copy Battlestar Galactica, but that was the first one, so it was new and it was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there were other series that did it before, but only very little. And Battlestar Galactica was the one that went full force.
But they were more like soap operas. I mean, that one was the first one that kind of did it for real, and not being a soap opera. You know what I mean?
Yeah, although I have to say that some characters felt very soapy. Every time I see relationship nonsense in shows, I think this is soap nonsense. I am not interested. Get me back to the plot.
Sure. It wasn't perfect, but I loved it.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
Yeah. Sadly, the relationship nonsense was a core thing of the show.
Well, it was. I mean, I guess they had a little bit of that, but they kept it at a minimum. So it was fine.
They kept it balanced.
Yeah, it was still.
It had it had its place. It didn't go out of bounds, I would say.
No, it was very balanced in that sense, and it was still focused on fucking Adama being a badass.
Amazingly written character.
Yeah. Oh, we got Michael Hatfield in the chat. How you doing, man? Yeah. That was I love that character. Like, I just remember when his guys were taken hostage or something, and he just got that look on his face. Like, it's so well acted that you can't even believe he's acting. It seems so real. Like, he just got that look, and he just bites down. Like, you could tell, like, saliva is getting crushed into diamonds between his teeth, right? And he's like, I'm going to get my men. He just sends over a SWAT team, and they just go fucking get his men. I'm going to get my men back. Oh, I love that show.
Oh yeah, that was great. That's one of the scenes that stuck well enough to come back easily in memory.
Yeah. Hey, we got ex Bubba Hotep here. How you doing, man? There's a few people showing up to this little piece of shit channel. I didn't expect that. How y'all doing, man? Thought it was just gonna be us, and no one was gonna show up.
Hey, you somehow got 4,000 subscribers on this little thing, so somebody's getting a notification.
Yeah, but YouTube they don't send out notifications anymore. They stopped that in like August or something, right?
Really, completely.
Yeah, there are no notifications ever. So now you have to just sort of, I guess you have to be on your phone or something, and just have to look at it and, oh, here's a thing that's going on.
It's like they're deliberately breaking the platform so that...
Yeah, I don't understand why they did that, because I used to always watch YouTube because, the emails showed up, and it's like, hey, this guy you like just uploaded a video, so you click it. Oh, nice, and you watch it. And now you don't get any emails ever.
There's some people in the chat say they did get them. How do I put this into words?
Okay, so the finer print is here. You're saying you got a notification on your Mac? How the fuck you get that? I don't know. I mean, I never use a phone, so I have no idea how that works, and I don't understand why you would use a phone for looking at video, but I guess that's just me being stupid and not getting with the times. But I like having I've got a 60-inch screen in front of me right now. Why would I fucking sit there with a 6-inch screen? I don't get that. But I would still be interested to hear how you get that on your Mac. So let's see if Mr. Fine Print has an answer for that.
I think they're just changing how they send notifications so often that, like when they changed this bell system, that people don't notice when they fall off of the new system, and then it's harder to get back into it, because I'm not going to use my phone to get YouTube notifications. That's not going to happen.
No, I don't get that either. Like, my phone, yes, I use that when I go outside. When I'm at home, my phone is in the charger somewhere. It's not anywhere near me. If it rings, I will go answer it. But who calls people nowadays, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm just sitting here with I got like a fucking NASA Space Center right here with 4 screens. I wouldn't want to use a phone.
And I've always been unhappy with the whole UI and notification thing that YouTube did. It's like they got people who either who do not know anything about UI design and what you need and functionality, which I cannot imagine with the resources Google has, or they deliberately do not want it to work well for the users. Because if it's
I don't
just
think
to,
they're that stupid. I think
I
they
think it's
just,
deliberate.
yeah. I mean, I don't think they're stupid. So they have to be thinking something good there. Like this is going to be good for something, right?
Yeah, and from what you said earlier, if there's again less people who get notifications, the hypothesis I could throw at that is YouTube is extremely heavily leaning to the radical left. So, and which is still kind of dominant in the culture war and is heavily preferred by the algorithm. So, just making it harder to get notifications for anything will make it mainly just harder for anything alternative to the radical left viewpoint, because
Well, I
that
mean,
is dominant.
yeah, sure. We all know that they're suppressing all that stuff, but
It was just a passive way how you could do that.
that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with notifications, right?
It's a passive way to keep people from finding stuff. I just don't remind you that there is something. Just like can you give you an anecdote from my school days about about how history worked? I talked about that in our last stream. If you remember, maybe you were asleep already. I don't know. I was in school in the 90s and early 2000s. Which was after the fall of the wall,
Yes.
and so it was basically united Germany, technically on paper.
Yeah.
However, we still had all the socialist teachers, and we still had all the politicians in East Germany were still socialists. So they made the curriculum for the schools, and history simply ended after 1945. We learned nothing about anything past 1945. In the early 2000s.
Right.
Nothing about West Germany. We didn't even learn who the first Chancellor of Germany was.
Right. It's kind of like Tiananmen Square.
Yeah, kinda. You just don't mention it. It was just nothing was mentioned. Nothing was mentioned about the whole of Germany. Nothing was mentioned about West German history. Nothing was mentioned about socialism, about the GDR. And we had a bloody what would you call it? Essentially, it was a concentration camp of the Soviets in our little town of 35,000 people, and where when they found it, it was a building, a housing project, and so they were carving out the ground.
Hold on, I was just going to say thank you, Finer Print. Sent me a tweet there. Just retweeted it for you. I still don't understand how you get that notification though, but maybe you could explain that later in a separate tweet. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so when the construction workers were carving out the ground, sorry if I use a few weird words. I'm not native English. I'm not a native English speaker.
No.
Suddenly, the walls fell apart in the building hole, in the construction site hole, because the walls were a bit they were less dense, because they were full of corpses that fell out of the wall. They found 2,000 bodies, over 2,000 bodies in there that were just buried in a mass grave. And
what? In the wall?
Yeah, well, so you know, when you dig out a hole for the foundation of what you want to build.
Sure. Doesn't usually involve bodies.
Yeah, usually not. That was how they found out that there was a mass grave. It's just they were digging out this hole for the foundation. And then well, it fell apart, and they found over 2,000 bodies there from I think it was from the 50s, and Yeah, it was right beside the main road that led from our town to the next, right next to right next to the highway where you drive up to the highway, and yeah, and I only learned about this long after I even left our town, and I rode my bicycle along that road.
Right.
It's insane.
Apparently, I hold on. Apparently, I owe the finer print a cheese grater. So hell, you know,
Yeah.
I'm just supposed to say cheese graters. Is that what you want? Cheese graters. All right, there you go. Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh,
Where I wanted to get with this is just we have this pretty damning history in my hometown, and nobody knows about it. 2000
that's
it was a prisoner of war
yeah,
and dissident camp. So if you are a regime critic, if you said something bad
mhm.
about socialism, you ended up in that mass grave.
That's terrible.
Yeah, and that was in my hometown, and nobody bloody knew about it.
Yeah,
And I go to school there,
unbelievable.
and this is local history. My town is over 700 years old, and we have this piece from the last century, and it doesn't find its way into history in school. Come on.
Yeah, I guess they were shoveling that one under the mat.
And because simply no one can talk bad about socialism. And the best way to um, not have to not have to justify anything or excuse anything or make socialism look better is to not mention anything bad about it. But since
Mhm.
everything's bad about it that happened in East Germany, well, we just don't mention anything. I, and by not informing anyone about the atrocities, you
It's
easily,
crazy.
yeah, you easily get the youth to buy into any positive shit about socialism.
Yeah, now they're, obviously everyone's getting into socialism again. It's like Jesus Christ, does this monster had to come back every fucking 20 years? Is that the way it has to be?
Yeah, and it is simply because the teachers don't teach about anything about it. No one's
Yeah.
inoculated. Everyone talks about Nazis bad, Holocaust bad, and it's yeah, all right. Can we talk about the red socialists too, please? Because they are not any better.
Yeah, it's like that meme. I don't know if you see that meme with the alchemist. Have you seen that one?
I don't know which one.
It's like the alchemist sitting there. He's trying to make gold, and he's like, "Damn, it didn't turn into gold." But that's okay because this wasn't real alchemy. And then there's like the next picture is like this these people are getting shot, and they're like, "Oh my God, this didn't turn out to be the communist utopia." And they're like, "That's okay. This isn't real communism."
That's a great comparison. Lovely.
Yeah, it's a
So
funny
send
meme.
it to me. If it looks good, if it's a comic, if it's a cartoon, I'll print it out and hang it on my wall.
It's just one of those memes. It's pretty low res, but I can send it to you.
Okay.
It's just a great one of those people. I cannot believe everyone is falling for this again.
It's because the young people don't know anything about it. Mainly the young. That's why they always go for the young. It's why
That
the
that that
religious go for the young. Same reason. That's
that,
why
that
they
was
want
supposed
to.
to be what we had education for.
Yeah, and it's why they always want to lower the voting age. In Germany, our minister of education also wants to reduce the voting age to 16 again. It's insane. Well, at 16, you barely have a developed brain.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even buy booze at that age, right?
No.
I don't know.
In Germany, you can't drive either.
Sorry?
In Germany, you can't drive either.
No, you can't drive. You can't buy booze. You're considered a kid, right?
You're
That
considered too irresponsible to do anything meaningful.
right.
But you're supposed to.
You're supposed to vote for the future of the country.
Yeah, yeah. While
Interesting.
you're full of hormones, have no proper prefrontal cortex that allows you long-term thinking and planning,
Right.
and you're mainly running after fashion trends and impressing your friends, probably maybe. And then someone tells you Orange Man bad, and so you vote Orange Man bad. Or your parents, tell you that thing is of Satan, so you vote against it.
Well, I mean, at that age, I would have voted for anything a girl with big tits told me. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's the other thing, and that's an effect that lasts for a long time for many people.
Sure.
Some people backstab and drive their
instantly.
Yeah, some people backstab and drive their friends to suicide for big tits. It's bound to happen.
Sorry?
No, people committed worst atrocities for big tits. That's kind of it's kind of sad.
Atrocities. All right. What does this mean?
Did something get lost in the microphone? I didn't want this to drag on. Just wanted to make a joke.
No, okay, that's fine. Maybe something dropped out. Anyway, we got Davey 1602 in the chat. How you doing, man? Anyway, yeah. It's crazy that we have to go through this apparently all the time. It just won't die. It wasn't enough that 100 million people died. We have to have this again now.
Yeah, of course, because the first thing they always go to is the education system.
Yeah.
Every time. And once they have that, they influence the next generation, either by misinformation or by withholding information. You can lie by omission, and what they basically did about red socialism in East Germany was lie by omission.
Yeah.
And
you know the Besmanov guy, right?
The what?
You know Besmanov. You've heard of that
Bespin?
guy, right?
Bespin?
Besmanov.
Bezmenov, yes.
Right. And now on Twitter, as you can see, like, as soon as people mention that name, it's like, oh, the fucking conspiracy. Yeah, that's not true. Like, they just make everything go away.
No, they never looked. They never even looked at it. They never even looked at the lecture. And
probably not.
Yeah, it's just
now that apparently on Twitter and all these social media sites, that entire thing is considered conspiracy theory.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, but I was there before you declared that a conspiracy theory. I saw the entire fucking thing, you assholes. You can call it that if you want to, but that's not true.
Yeah, there's several things to say. For one, it's not a conspiracy theory; it's a conspiracy. Secondly, they say that
he was exposing it.
Yes. He was exposing the actual conspiracy.
Right.
Or political strategy, if you want. Secondly, those people just say that as a reaction, as a reflex, because all they do is parrot the fashion trend of their bubble. They know nothing about anything. They never think for themselves. They never look anything up themselves. You have to sit them down and watch the thing.
Sure.
And then maybe something happens.
It's just so sad that even if even that, it's just waved away as some sort of ha-ha Twitter thing. It's like, okay, what hope do we have?
I think we have to. It would be great to have Aiden here right now. The problem is that Aiden Paladin.
Right.
Because she could probably talk way better about this than I. The problem is that we have a large part of the population that will remain emotionally immature for mainly their entire life. they will keep thinking and behaving, or well, lack of thinking, and reacting stay in this emotionally immature state. And basically, their bodies will grow old, but their minds won't. They will not become actual adults. They will look like adults, but they will never behave or think like adults. And that is the easily impressionable people. And that is the fashion hunters, that is the most likely narcissists. And that is what we see. And that is what we mainly see on social media, these social media mobs that just harp in on and dogpile on people.
Well, I mean, it's one thing to be a part of the herd. I mean, that I guess that's human nature. People just follow. But yeah, that thing about just disregarding when you're talking to an individual, he's actually disregarding things that explain this whole shit with Besmanov. Like, no, that's just some fucking Twitter fucking joke, man. Like, okay.
Yeah, who told you? Who told?
I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Then.
Yeah, well, if you are like the people in the audience, if you are still have the nerves to spare and want to, the counter question is then who told you it's a joke? And usually the answer is everyone, or they don't know.
Yeah.
Well, everybody knows that.
But
Santa Claus is real. Everybody knows that. Santa Claus is not real. Everybody
you know
knows that.
There's no point in arguing with someone on Twitter. You're not ever going to convince anyone.
Yeah, that is right. That is right.
Nothing is going to happen. Nothing's going to change. You're not going to suddenly have some breakthrough and that guy's going to go, oh, wow, actually, you're right. This is never going to happen.
Yeah.
The only reason you argue with someone on Twitter is because you are bored and you enjoy it.
Well,
that's
in
the
part.
only reason.
I would like if it was really just information exchange instead of this bickering, because the bickering is it's impossible to have a conversation on that platform, even though they finally increased the word count.
Sure, but it is still possible to enjoy that. I get that. I can enjoy that. Just fucking having a sort of word tennis with someone, just back and forth. We know we're not going to convince each other. Nothing's gonna change, but we can sort of have word tennis. I can enjoy that. That's fine.
Yeah, it's
but do not ever think that you're going to change anyone's mind.
Oh no, I see it as two things. When I started in discussions on the internet, in tech forums in the early 2000s, because I was bored in school and we were in the computer room, so instead of listening to the teacher, who wasn't anyway helpful, I spent my time there. It was kind of fun. But anyway, I believe that's where I learned that arguing with trolls does have a positive side.
Right. Hold on a second. Mm-hmm. I just want to catch up with the finer print here. He sent me something here. See here. I posted my config on Twitter. Go further deeper on this earlier. Okay. All right, so I guess we're gonna. I can't really. I can't multitask. I'm not a multitasker.
That's fine.
I will have to talk about that later. The finer print, and then he asks, "Have you seen how down the rabbit hole Jeff Holiday has gone? He's upside down these days because of his far left authoritarian beliefs." No, I thought he was kicked off of Twitter. I don't think. Is he back? I have no idea. The last thing I saw, he was kicked off. So that was it. Let's see here. And then he was saying, I will still point left. All right. So that was probably something about what we're talking about. All right. Yeah. Um,
The benefit of is my mic off? Ah, no,
sorry.
I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry, I confused myself. Um, yeah, the point in talking in arguing with trolls, there is some to it. Depending on the format, I prefer doing that in a forum instead of something like Twitter, because it
Mm-hmm.
gives you more time, and you have usually it ends up being bigger texts.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's not going to lead you to a win or convince the troll. That's because that's not possible. What it is you have someone providing you a public service of being a sparring partner to hone your conversation skills, your discussion, your argumentation. Because the troll will bring you every argument in the book to tell you that you're wrong. And you can test your knowledge against that in how to counter all those arguments.
Sure, but that's sort of
That's
that entails that you kind of keep to one troll, because otherwise you're just going to get the same arguments 100,000 times.
yeah, of course. But every troll has a bit of a different strategy and a bit different combination of arguments, different fallacies to be used, and that is that.
Oh, no, you would
that
be surprised. If you have a big account, you'd be surprised at how many times if you have something, if you
I don't
post
mean the
something.
drones. I don't mean
No,
the
no,
NPC
no, no.
drones.
I'm just saying, like, this is a funny thing that you get to realize if you have a big account. Like,
Hmm.
if there's anything that can that is an obvious attack to what you said, you will hear that attack thousands of times. Like, it's like, all right, so, oh my God, I left this little thing open. All right, now I'm gonna have to hear that for 4 days, 100,000 times. Like that's just it's funny how people actually have kind of like a hive mind. I don't think because obviously they're not colluding or anything.
Yeah,
They come to the same conclusion, so it's kind of like
that's the mob
this.
mentality. That's
Yeah,
the thoughtless fashion mob, the trend mob,
and
and
no one's telling them to do this, so it's
they're
fascinating.
just jumping onto the train, and that is not what I'm talking about, and that's a new phenomenon, because before social media, this wasn't really possible.
No, of course not.
Yeah, but
But
the
it's funny. You think that people are individuals, but sometimes you wonder, are these fucking Borg drones? They're all saying the same things. You get fucking thousands of comments that are exactly the same.
yeah. Yeah,
Oh
all
my
right. Those
God.
don't help. I have no idea how to deal with those. I argued with quality trolls, and I'm talking about quality trolls.
Quality troll.
Yes, yes.
Ah.
Compared to them, quality trolls have an ounce of a brain, and what arguing with them also teaches you or trains you is keeping your cool, keeping your patience, and just staying on that wonderful Christopher Hitchens. I will keep on using well-founded arguments against whatever drivel you spout at me.
Right. I mean, that's awesome, and I think that's correct. I'm just saying it's not really worth it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not something to pursue as a main course of action. It's something you do in your free time when you want to spend it, but
Yeah.
not something you should get caught up in. And that's
Yeah.
where I wanted to get to.
Yeah, you should not expect anything good to come out of that. You should only do it if you're like enjoying it. It's like,
Yeah,
yeah, this is we have word tennis.
and it's very improbable that you will convince the troll. What's more
Yeah,
important is
never
that
gonna happen.
yeah, what's more
And I'm
important.
not even like, I don't even like the word troll, because that's some sort of diminishing thing. I think these people believe what they're saying,
In
and
that
that
case,
doesn't make
yes.
them trolls. A troll is someone who's just saying shit to you to make you pissed off. He's the guy that goes up to a black guy and uses the N word. That's a troll,
Yeah,
right?
maybe the old
He
type
just
of
wants the reaction.
Yeah, and maybe the old type of troll is forgotten by now because it's drowned out by this rabid emotional mob.
Yeah, but that's otherwise the word troll doesn't make any sense. It
No,
has no meaning.
no, it's different. The mob, I don't think the mob is trolling. I think the mob is just a vile, it's just a vile emotional swarm. That's
Right.
not a that's not what I mean by troll. When I learned the term troll in the early 2000s in internet discussion, it's the troll uses disingenuous arguments, but the troll does argue,
Sure,
and you can.
the point of a troll is to get you to get pissed off.
Yes, yes, and your job and by arguing with the troll knowingly. First, you have to figure out, okay, I am talking with a troll. That's number one. Then you have to realize, okay, the troll, of course, wants to piss me off, agitate me, and bring me to make an emotional rebuttal, which of course will make me just lose. So I have to keep my calm and keep on. Either I ignore the troll, that's what most people should do, or I will, because you shouldn't feed the troll. Because if you keep arguing with the troll, you're feeding the troll, for one.
Right.
And if you do it competently, you can wear out the troll. That takes a long time, but it's possible. It's possible.
I'm sure it is, but you have to enjoy it because you should never talk to a troll unless you enjoy it. If
Exactly.
you enjoy it, that's fine.
Exactly. I did enjoy it, and I did enjoy it because I found the worth in it. The worth in it was the troll helps me to sharpen my understanding of the topic and the arguments I make myself, so that I'm not just a counter troll of the other side. And
Right.
the last thing about that is, of course, since you won't be convincing the troll, what you will do, this is at least true for the environment I'm talking about, which is a forum, is you will have an audience, like YouTube videos, like YouTube debates. That's kind of what that is. And the audience will see, oh, here's an argument I didn't know yet. And that's it.
Sure.
The troll
Well,
helps
I
you
mean-
to blacksmith a new argument together.
Usually, you don't put a troll on your live stream, though.
No, that that would be probably a bad idea. Personally, I think the debates, which I think is a horrible idea in the first place, with
It is kind of stupid.
I do prefer discussions. But
Yeah, I mean,
all these debate.
Debate is something you do in debate school. You got formal debates, you got your moderators and shit, and like that's not going to happen. And every time they try to make it happen on YouTube, it's cringy.
Yes, and
Someone is like, oh, I'm the moderator, and oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, for that to work, it would have to be in a formal setting.
then if you look at in this context of YouTube, this is completely different environment from a news site forum comment section. Is when I saw these so-called debates with Vosh, he is a troll. He's also a giant narcissist, but he acts like a troll because he is disingenuous about everything.
Yeah,
And
I
you
mean,
you cannot convince him of anything. You have to trap him like a troll.
He's probably a troll because, yeah, like you say, any debate he's in, he's just, I don't know, there's no debate. He's just fucking pouring out his thing and ignoring everything else.
While trying to somehow manipulate you or believe that he's manipulating you. And he is, if you can't pin down a troll, a normal troll, you will never be able to pin down this man. And that's what people forget when they try to engage with him, or don't, or are not aware of. So yeah,
I mean, he's. It's not even fun to listen to his debates. It's just frustrating.
yeah, finer print. I do agree with you. what I meant to say is Vosh acts a lot like a troll. There is a lot of overlap between a troll and an ignoramus who is grifting. The Venn diagram is there's a huge overlap in that. Destiny I can't say much about. I haven't seen much of his.
I mean, isn't Destiny banned?
I don't know. I'm not following all this nonsense.
No, I'm obviously, as you all know, I don't follow drama, and this seems mostly like drama to me. But I'm fairly sure that Destiny was banned, and I think Vosh is not yet banned, as far as I know.
The only reason he's not banned is because YouTube shares his current politics. Because
Yeah.
the things he says are so insane, so vile, so hateful. It's
Oh yeah, I mean,
my
I've
God.
got I've got a tweet on my timeline on Twitter that I quoted and tweeted out, where he's saying that trans people should be killed.
What?
Yeah,
Wolf said that?
yeah.
What did he mean by trans people? And why?
I don't remember. He was like,
He's already in the Nazi euthanasia phase, like Movie Bob.
Pretty much. I mean, he was in some sort of rant. So I mean, if you want to go ahead and say that, well, that's excusable because he was in rant mode.
No.
No, I don't think so. I think he was probably just letting it go.
Well, no one else gets that excuse. So why should he?
Yeah, exactly.
I'd say the only excuse you could get the only time you could get excused is if you have a PTSD breakdown, a real one, an actual one. But then you shouldn't be on the internet during that. And I believe that if you were, it's unlikely you would be.
No, I mean, obviously he's not cooling down. He's just saying worse and worse things every time. So I don't think, and it's weird because no one seemed to mind. They're all like, yeah, but it's Vosh, it's fine.
Yeah, when Worf says it, it's okay. Then we can kill trans people. It's not transphobic if Worf wants to kill the trans people. What the fuck is... the real thing is that they are that their mask is slipping. That the mask of the left is slipping because they never cared about trans people. Like, they never cared about the lesbians, gays, or bisexuals, or anything else. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about women's rights. They don't care about abortion, in neither pro nor con. They don't care about the workers. They do not care about anything or anyone they claim to care about. It's all just props for power, stepping stones, purse puppies, tokens that they use to look good and to garner support and useful idiots.
But that, I mean, you can't say that I mean, every politician it's like that. Doesn't matter which side they're on.
There is there's opportunism, and this is just all they are.
Yes, I agree with what you're saying, but I also want to point out that
more extreme.
Obviously, most politicians are just going to be caring about their own power. But you are also right that sorry.
This is just the most extreme version of that.
Right.
It's that in its purest form. That's what socialists do.
Yeah, I mean, there used to be a time when I thought the left had good arguments, right? I enjoyed the arguments of why should there be unions. I was like, yeah, maybe there should. Like that could be a good argument. I could see your side there, and
it's when they were for free speech.
Should we maybe take money from the richest people and give them to the poor? Like, these were good arguments and people could get behind this shit. And now it's all about like, what race are you? Are you black? Well, good. Are you white? Then fuck off. That's all they care about now. They don't even care about economic class anymore.
Yeah, well, they still bring up some of the other points, just in a very very brutal fashion, like oh, we're not going to do any policies to do that. We just take it, and then we
Yeah.
don't give it
Well,
to the poor. We keep it for ourselves because fuck the poor, and
well, I mean, you have to think about normal Joes. If you're going to be an honest politician or an honest party, you have to think about the regular Joe down at working at 7-Eleven and fucking Amazon or
yeah,
whatever, right?
yeah.
Um, you have to think about these people, and they don't seem to think about that at all. And that used to be what the left was supposed to be, right? They're supposed to be about the worker. But now it's just, are you black? That's it.
Yeah, then you have to think a certain way, just like they told the rainbow people. If you don't think
Yeah,
a certain way, you
it's
are
it's,
not
it's
you're not
all
part
about
of your
the
race anymore.
it's all about the identity, your sexual identity or your racial identity. It's got nothing to do with economic class anymore, which is sad because I think that is a real problem.
It's
Uh, it,
it's
it's the problem.
yeah, and it's the same as in the 30s, 40s in Nazi Germany, when you didn't agree with the Nazi politics.
Hmm.
You would be branded as a traitor to the German race or something. And
Yeah, we've certainly
the
seen a lot of
Soviets did the same, and now they do the
we've
same
certainly
again.
seen I know you're not on Twitter, but Jesus Christ, have you seen? You should be on Twitter. Jesus Christ.
No.
The last couple of, no, probably not. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe you shouldn't because you'd lose your mind. You'd freak out.
Well, what's
But
left of
anyway,
it?
the last couple of days there have been so many leftists calling for the extermination of anyone who's Republican.
Yeah.
It's fucking scary. Like I just had
They're
this
the good
one
people.
a couple of hours ago. Someone compared um, Republicans to coronavirus. It's something. It's a disease, and we have to eliminate it. Like
That
I
is
just
one
I
for
just
one. I'm
replied
not.
like, there was this other guy who'd like to
Yeah.
compare people to diseases.
Yeah.
I think
Exactly.
I think he was something like hit Hitler.
Hittite.
I can't put my fucking finger on what the name was.
Hattori.
Hitler. I don't know. He deleted the tweet. Uh,
I wonder why.
but
Yeah,
it wasn't
really. But
just my doing because
it's the
obviously he
same.
got
It's
bombed.
it's the
Uh,
same mindset. It's the absolute same mindset. And they only know that Nazis were bad because they were told Nazis were bad. They were never told why Nazis were bad.
right.
They do not know what thoughts led them to commit the atrocities, and that's why they commit to the same trains of thoughts. Because the socialists know that these trains of thoughts will give them power.
Right.
That's why Antifa is fascist. In short, always was.
Yeah. 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 It's really
Yeah,
it's so sad.
like the chat says, they are that which they claim others are. Projection is one of their main tools. Always was.
It's their superpower.
Yeah, projection is just the main. Is also the main tool of the narcissist and the general psychological abuser, and the child.
Yeah.
It all kind of overlaps, and this is why they go for the emotionally immature, which means the actually immature, the young people, the teenagers, and those that stay emotionally immature, and of course the people with lots of personality disorders, for especially in the cluster B,
Right. Right. But
they
I
always
mean,
are.
you can forgive the kids. Kids are
Yeah, the kids are
kids
the
are
victims
kids.
here.
They're stupid. But um, for instance, this guy that I was talking about, he's like a big time New York Times writer and all that stuff. He's like 60 years old or whatever. And it's like he'd fallen for this shit. Uh, and he's just comparing people to disease, and he thinks he's the good guy. Like, how the fuck does that happen? Okay, I understand if you're like evil and you compare people to disease. Fine, you're evil, good for you. Like, all right, but you think you're the good guy and you're doing that. That's even scarier.
Yeah, well, one is just complete ignorance. The other is who really thinks to be the bad guy?
No, obviously,
Who
no one considers himself to be a bad guy,
how
however
many
bad
think
they
they
are.
are the good guys?
I mean, I think everyone thinks that, so you have a point there, but still, like,
I'm the good guy, and to make the world better, I am willing to make the sacrifice where you die.
yeah, yeah, I'm willing to make your sacrifice. What does that mean? There's a meme like that,
I
right?
think it was the most famous iteration was in Shrek, the Shrek movie.
Right, that makes sense. What does he say?
Something along the lines of your demise is a sacrifice I am willing to take, or something.
Yeah, yeah, something like that.
Oh,
That 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 makes sense.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
I saw Trigger Hippie in the chat. And hello, and yes, troll lives matter.
Troll lives matter.
Troll
Oh,
lives
Trigger
matter.
is here. Where's Trigger?
I saw him in the chat.
Don't see
You have to scroll up a little, I think.
Trigger. I don't see you. No, I can't see him. But if you're here, how you doing?
Yeah.
And we got Murgot, and we got Manny White, and the Zombie Teddy, and we got all sorts of people in here. So I didn't think anyone was going to turn into this little channel. That's good.
Yeah, you underestimate this little corner of the internet.
Yeah, apparently. That's awesome.
Yeah. I think I get lost at some point. All right. You no, I got posted 2 links from somewhere about, and I sent them to you. I just had seen those 2 screenshots about this Lettings game event
Right.
that nobody went to or something.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I just like it was the Latinx. We have it was Steam sent out a tweet, like Steam, the game platform, right? They're like, yeah, we're having a Latinx weekend or whatever, and everyone's like,
Ew.
that's Latinx. That's like calling someone an N word. You fuckhead.
Oh, I'm so happy it comes to that the SJW nonsense newspeak term gets put on that level with that's the N word. You came up with an N word for the Hispanics.
Yeah, no,
That's
no
great.
Hispanic person wants to be called that.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Jesus Christ, they're like, they're from maybe they're from Mexico. They're proud of their heritage, and that's just fine. But they don't want to be called Latinx.
People don't want to be lumped into these race pots. The
Well,
Europeans don't want to be lumped into this white pot.
Even if they wanted to, even if they're like proud to be Latino, they wouldn't want to be called a Latinx.
Yeah.
Because that's like fucking, even, I mean, that's like cultural imperialism right there, even though that's not really something that I would normally concern myself with. But in this case, it kind of is, because their language does have female and male genders, right?
Yeah.
That's just a part of who they are.
Yeah, I
And
did.
here we are, English speakers, trying to culturally imperialist our way into their language and erase their way of speaking.
Yeah, I did half a half.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and I did half a year of Spanish, so I don't remember much. Um, and most European languages have a distinction between male and female, not just the dreaded German. And they've been
Do you
trying
have that
this.
too?
Yeah, of course. This you notice this
Well,
der
of
die
course.
das. That's where that's about the genus of the word.
Yeah, but I know not all European languages have that. So I just didn't know if
Well, Russian has it too.
German.
That I know of. French, I don't know. I would be surprised if
Yeah,
it doesn't.
French has it. I know French.
Polish has
they,
it.
They do.
Finnish, I'm not sure. Finnish might be an exception.
They probably
can't-
have it if
can't say it,
they're.
though.
I mean, they're part of that same
No,
Russian,
no.
Polish kind of.
No. Finnish is its own thing. It's a complete weird thing.
Oh, it is.
It's a complete outlier. The Finnish people are also not genetically not very closely related to anyone else here, because they initially come from Siberia and moved all the way up here.
Down there. Siberia must be higher up.
Well, I mean, all the way from the east end of the Eurasian continent. They came all the way up here, close up here, to Finland.
That was probably a good move. Fucking Siberia, man.
Yeah, and then they were repeatedly enslaved by the Swedish, and then the Russians, and then the Swedish, and then the Russians as cannon fodder against the other country.
Yeah.
That wasn't fun. And then their children were sold as exotic sex slaves to the Ottoman Empire, to the Islam, to the Muslims.
Oh dear.
So and now
they did not have a good time.
yeah, they didn't have a good time. So finally, last century, I think, they became their own country. Finally, and
I remember that.
and they have
they were like owned by Sweden, and Sweden said like, yeah, okay, you can go.
yeah, and they still have a Swedish minority of I think 5% or something that's living mainly on some islands in the direction of Sweden. And that's why the Finnish still have to learn Swedish as a second language,
Right.
because of some leftover Swedes.
Kind of like Canadians and French.
Yeah, it's like oh, we'll find our own country, and the Swedes still hold some sway over us. Fuck that. And now they have a socialist feminist government of a bunch of young women that have no clue what they're doing, but they do socialism. They sell out the country, and
It's a fashionable thing, isn't it?
oh yeah,
to do that.
yeah, works well in Sweden. And now they're told on national television with government-funded sports TV ads that by black people and women in hijabs that the Finns are a racist white people. Well, they are the least white. They're pale people, but they're not what the SJWs would call white, I think. But they're told that, and that they're super racist and profited from colonialism a lot in Africa, which never happened. This was the Swedes that were slaves all the time. But the SJWs can't wrap their minds around something they call white people having been slaves for centuries, and they're being told
they'll never accept that.
Yeah, and they're being told that black people built all the buildings here. That's why it's okay if they burn them down. And what the fuck?
In Finland?
Yeah, by government-funded TV.
I mean that's just crazy. That's just funny.
Yeah.
Nobody could fucking believe that. Finland.
Then seriously, black Africans would have just died of depression.
The home of the blondes. Like, hello? What are you even talking about? Jesus, that's crazy.
It's insane. And of course, the youth in Helsinki buys into it, because in every big city, just like all the big cities in the US are blue. Every big city in Europe is leaning far left, because that's the easiest to tip over. It's a natural. For one, it's a natural drift, and secondly, that's the easiest for the socialists to influence the most people.
Right.
And it's just so sad. So the Finnish youth doesn't even know what the fuck's really going on. They just fed lies. It's just lies and propaganda and history revisionism of the most insane kind. I mean, maybe you remember a few years back when these weird black Hebrew Israelites went on with this. I think that it was them who went on with this "we was Kangs" stuff, and we built everything in history, and the white people stole everything from us, and we just laughed at them because this is just too insane and too hilarious. Nobody's gonna take that seriously. And now this is
some people did.
Yeah,
Some
not just
people
that.
did.
Not just that. Now it is being taught by socialists to the people here.
Yeah.
And some young people are going to believe that because they don't get a counter narrative. It's pure insanity. It's pure insanity.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah, but the language thing. Sorry that I'm taking up monologues here right now.
That's fine.
The language thing is they did this Latinx thing. They did in Germany. They tried that for decades already, with
Really?
tons of different things. Yeah, because we are a very gendered language, and where you say, for example, there is when you say you, the English you has three meanings. It means you singular, when I'm talking to you personally. The plural you when I address a group, and the neutral you that means people in general.
Right. Either or.
Yeah, and in German we have distinct words for each of these three. Singular is du, plural is ihr, and the general people in general is Mann, which sounds the same like the word for man, Mann.
Right.
It's written the same. It's just it's written like you write man in English.
Sure. Yeah.
Feminists, of course, took umbrage with that, and
Oh no.
and eventually and this Mann is just short for Mensch, for human,
Yeah.
and that's what it means.
Of course.
And they thought we need to make this neutral word, this actually neutral word, because it sounds like man. We need to use the female word now and say woman instead of man when we talk in
What's a female
general.
word?
Frau.
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 Right, of course.
Yeah. And it's just you can do that for jokes sometimes or for emphasis, but it's not something you should use in general.
The Swedes have done this, I've heard. They've already replaced their man word for some neutral shit.
That's just dumb.
Well, they're Swedes. Obviously.
Hippie Vikings.
They're going to do that. But yeah, so you haven't had any huge push for it to do it in German?
Oh no, we had this for that's a history that goes back all to the 60s and 70s.
But you haven't done it?
Oh, there were things that were done. For example, when the feminist movement really got its go together here, for all the German professions, like baker and policeman and judge, we always use the male form, which is neutral. It includes both sexes. The feminist push was to add to every profession the female ending in, so that you don't just have the Bäcker, the baker, but also the Bäckerin, the female baker, and the judge, which is the Richter, and the Richterin. But There's a strange phenomenon where this is only ever done for everything positive and neutral. It doesn't seem to be done for jobs with negatives.
Doesn't add up for murderer and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, well,
Nope.
it can be used, but it's super rare. It's super rare.
Right. Well, no one's going to push that shit. No one's going to be having an activist
it doesn't
fucking meeting for that.
Well, these forms technically do exist, and the German language is very malleable, thankfully. But every negative female version, every negative female word doesn't seem to be in much use.
Right, but that probably existed before they started pushing for this, right?
Yeah, it's a general effect, but
right. You probably had a female word for murder.
Yeah, you can make that with the language, but for professions in general, it was enforced. It was culturally enforced. It was pushed into books that were published and so on. And then there was a time when this was pushed so hard that you had to always, to be the most inclusive, you had to always name both sexes. So you always have to write der Richter oder die Richterin. So the judge or the female judge. It would sound like you could do this in English technically. Be glad the feminists never caught on to that. You would say something like the judge and the judges. Like the...
Right, but we usually don't use that too much in English.
Yeah, but if feminists had the same idea in English, they would have pushed for it. Because they want to push the...
But that's kind of like... Isn't that kind of like old school feminists? I mean, if they were doing it now, they would be like... They would probably try to erase even the...
That's exactly what's happening. That's why I'm starting at the beginning of that story.
Okay.
That's exactly what's happening now. Because what they then did was, because people were annoyed to always have to write both sexes, which is really horrible in legal language, in certain laws, where this is the text is just bloated over half the page what you could say in a few lines.
Right.
And so later there came these nonsense things like, how do I explain this? It's an inside capital I, because it's this ending IN that makes the word female.
Okay, right.
And so they made this, so you write the word, you write the female version, but you capitalize the I, which supposed to indicate that you mean both the male and female versions of the word. Which is, it's nonsense. So you read that and maybe you get a hiccup and it just looks silly. So it's and then they got other ideas like adding a slash and a dash and then the female ending, so that you have both words in the same thing, and it's just you have this bunch of weird symbols in your text suddenly, or adding an asterisk to indicate all endings possible for a word, and they tried so many things. They tried so many things and always tried to push them and make them stick.
Asterisk is funny. I mean, they've done that to the LGBT, LOL, WTF community, right?
Yes.
They've added the asterisk, so now apparently that's like, all right, you have to look up the asterisk. Like, how many fucking letters are you going to put into this fucking thing? Jesus Christ. I don't get it. Like, what was the problem with just having the 4 letters?
I can explain that to you.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, go ahead. You do it. That's good.
Well, I'm affected, no? The problem is that this is why I believe this is why this Q was added first. That's the first weird thing that was added.
That was weird, right? Because I still don't know what it means.
Nobody does.
After all these years.
Nobody fucking does. I mean, for a time it was a stand-in for gay, yeah? But then you have gay. So what is queer now? Queer is simply, from looking at it, the people who call themselves that, it is and who do not fall into the other 4 letters. Because if you fall into the other 4 letters, why need a 5th?
Mm-hmm.
It is for people who want to belong and who are not anything of the other 4, but want to be special. And all you need to do to that is basically dress like a punk. And say, I am defying society, I am in my rebellious phase, I am queer, therefore I am oppressed. Give me power. That's it. That's it. It's the I get to be part of this rainbow movement simply by not doing anything. It is
all right. So they just built in like, there's your slot, ally.
yeah. Jim Healis says something very important in the chat. That the Q means questioning or could mean questioning. That was true for a time, and then for a time it was QQ, queer and questioning. Questioning, I would accept. Really, I would accept that. But the questioning they usually ditch. They want the queer. They want the queer as an easy access to just
I've never
belong.
heard questioning. I've only heard queer.
Yeah, because they never pushed questioning. And questioning would have legitimacy, because in your teenage years, what you can have is, while we still have the ICD-10, there is something you can find under the diagnosis or pathology of F66.0, which is the sexual maturity crisis and its sub-forms. And that is when kids are confused about their sexuality, may believe they have gender dysphoria and all of these other weird things, which are often temporary, like they go away by the end of puberty, and sometimes they stay. And that is a valid thing to call yourself, well, I'm questioning, I'm not sure, but the easiest thing for that is just to wait it out. And yeah, but generally it has some legitimacy.
Why? Like, then they just went back to calling it queer, which makes no sense.
Yeah, because well, the question didn't help them much. They just I have an idea. It's a hypothesis. Most of this is lots of what I say is hypothesis. I should add that.
Sure.
I try to be as grounded as I can, and from the experiences I have and memories and oh God, so many horrible people. From questioning, you can return back. You can come to the conclusion that, okay, I am not part of this. I'm nothing of any of these things. I am normal. I'm not an exception. I'm not an anomaly. It was a phase that is, and not just in imagination. It was just something that was just weird for a time. And now it's figured out. Okay. If you remove questioning and you just keep queer, people don't have the idea that they could be getting out of that again. It's like the lie by omission. If you don't have the idea, it's the newspeak lie by omission, or the idea of newspeak. If you do not have a word for something, it is less likely you are going to come up with the concept. So if I do not tell you that you could just be questioning yourself, if that's not the general part of this acronym, it is less likely, not impossible, but less likely that you could come to the conclusion, oh, I'm not any of this after all. But instead you will be more likely to stay in it or maybe double down because someone is questioning you. So queer is the punk commitment, but really it's not real. It's more like it comes across to me like some kind of entry drug, because all these queer, I never meet anyone who's just queer, or I don't notice it, but everyone seems to be drifting into calling themselves either pansexual, which is just bisexual with glitter on top, and or they call them, or they fall into this transgender category where they call themselves trans for the lies and nonsense that the left is telling them about trans.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why you can't just leave that alone for people who actually have gender dysphoria. Don't go fucking do that when you're just some 14-year-old kid and you don't even know who the fuck you are.
Yeah, but that they do that deliberately. Like as I told you, they use the whole rainbow thing as a purse puppy and power grab, and to confuse the youth. And once they're in it, well, they're gonna support everything because they're also told that they are being oppressed. So they need to fight against their oppressors. They are teaching the young people to be victims and to be hunted, while they are not, and at least not in the Western world. And and they especially the trans thing, they warped so extremely, because we who have the actual gender dysphoria, we are actually, so they used us for the idea of their version of it. That's for one. Secondly, we are actually proof that it's all biological and that there are only two sexes and genders, if you want to buy into that. And sorry. And all of this is rooted in biology. This is a biological condition. There are brain areas in anomalous sizes grown. Our brains are different, and there are different types of gender dysphoria even. And the left never talks about any of that. Of course not, because then they would admit to biological roots and biological differences between the sexes, and they can't do that, because that would make everything fall apart. So instead, they push the fan fiction they built up about trans, and they used the word trans not to mean transition. They seem to use it. To mean.
Isn't that like a thing that they've tried to erase, right?
Actually, they talk about erasing, that other people try to erase trans people all the time. The actual people who are erasing anything trans is them.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what happened to the entire term of transitioning? That's the thing, right?
They never talk about it.
It's like, if you feel that you're in the wrong body, you want to transition into your correct body.
Yeah.
That is like, okay, I can understand that. That's logical, right? But if you just want to be trans, you just want to call yourself that, what the hell does that mean? You just want to put on weird clothes and put nose rings in and call yourself trans and not do anything?
Yeah,
what does that mean?
Yeah, that would be more fitting for this weird queer term as it's currently used. I see that. Right. I'm sorry. I see some interesting things in chat, but I can't really concentrate on talking and that at the same time. I'm sorry. And I am in the chat. You can highlight me if something's really good.
You'll have to add us if it's really important.
Yeah. What I wanted to say is, they are not using the word trans, the short term, the short version, trans. They're not using it to mean transition. They're not saying it, and I don't think they are aware that many of these people are aware. But I want to make a video on this. They seem to be using it to mean transcend.
Right.
Transcending gender.
Which is a fucking weird word.
Yeah, because that is what would justify all their esoteric ideas about their
transcendence. It all becomes very lofty, doesn't it?
It's esoterics, and it if you read the word trans as meaning transcendence, it suddenly makes sense when they talk about their 100 genders that they come up with. Especially when they come up with things like astral gender, which sounds very esoteric.
Astral gender,
okay. Yeah, but my favorite is still bog gender.
What does that mean?
Bog gender, swamp gender.
Sorry?
swamp gender, the bog.
Swamp. Oh, swamp. Really?
Yeah,
Fuck.
that's one of them, and it is every time I run into some normie or
that's such a fucking. That's an insult to people who have real dysphoria. For fuck's sake,
yeah,
there are
but
people out there who just figure that they wanted to be the other sex, and now you got swamp genders.
yeah,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
dude. That's one of the oldest lists of this Tumblr nonsense, and I believe this is something some borderliner came up with who just feels miserable all the time. And this is the one. It's my favorite. Bog gender is my favorite because every time I run into a normie or into some lefty who buys into all this new age bullshit, I ask them when they tell me, oh, but there are several genders and all, and I ask, what? Like what? Give me an example. So I'm the tranny, you can tell me. Please explain to me. And I don't know really, and then I tell them about Borg gender. And they start laughing, and they don't believe me. And then I tell them, look it up. And then I look it up, and I find the original list of this 108 genders or what is on it. Like the 108 samurai. And I read it, and then I see the other genders that are on that list, and I think, what is this crap? And then I tell them, that is the foundation of the belief you are buying into without reading anything, without checking anything. You're just blindly eating it up, and that is what you were trying to sell to me, but you didn't know better. So I'm not mad at you. I just want you to check the things that you spout, because it's obviously nonsense. And this is Bog gender is a great way to get the conversation started, to break the ice, because it's just too silly.
And it doesn't hurt that it sounds like you're saying Borg gender.
Yeah, it's maybe my pronunciation. I'm sorry, but
No.
you know, Bog and swamp is kind of the same thing, isn't it?
That was kind of funny.
Yeah, but
Borg, because that's coming.
Well, they are. They do act like Borg.
They're gonna be like. There's gonna be like some sort of gender where you have to insert technological shit into your dick or something. It's gonna come. Trust me.
Yeah, exactly, Davey. Bog gender, and the bog and swamp, is that the same thing, or are there differences between the two?
Basically the same thing.
Okay, it's just I just say bog because that's what the one they use instead of swamp.
Right. I mean, I got you. I just thought it was it was, since I'm a Star Trek fan, I just had to mention the Borg gender because it's coming. Trust me. It will. And I know I'm just a stupid Star Trek fan, but trust me, they're gonna figure it out how to make this a gender.
Oh sure. Shrek. Why don't we have a Shrek gender?
I don't know if that's if Shrek is big enough to have a gender, but we're if we could figure out, we're probably gonna get a Star Wars gender.
Oh no.
Some
Shrek gender is awesome because it has layers.
Layers.
Yeah, layers of genders.
Layers of green layers.
Yeah, like onions. Onion gender. That sounds great.
It probably is something like that. I mean, they have fucking cloud gender.
Yeah. Oh God. It's just how anyone who looked any of this up could buy further into it and push it into making people believe that this is somehow science. It's like alchemy. It's worse than alchemy. It's worse than alchemy and astrology.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, at least alchemy tried to make gold.
Borg is actually wet, spongy ground with soil composed mainly of decayed vegetable matter. Sounds like an SJW.
Yeah. Sounds like an SJW. It also sounds like a swamp, so there is that.
Yeah, it also sounds like a failed vegan.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I know a few who know to what is how a vegan diet actually works, and those people are so rare, and they're not these little twig people, and they know what that they have some deficiencies, and they accept that, and for them it's a philosophical thing, and that's when I can have respect for that.
Sure.
But not this weird fashion nonsense that these twig people do. I call them twig people because they have no mass on their bones.
Right. No, I mean, that's fine. I mean, whatever you want to eat. I've got a lot of things that I can't eat that I just hate. I can't. I'm allergic to fish,
Oh
for
my.
instance. So I can't eat fish. I can't eat seafood. So like if you're like, yeah, I don't want to eat pork or whatever. I gotcha. I understand. But if you want to make it into a religion and try to push it on me, then you're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, and that's the difference between an activist religion and
Mm-hmm.
an ethic and philosophy.
Right.
In my book, at least. Because the from what I know, the vegan idea is rooted in Buddhism, and in this idea of cause no harm in the world around you. So life is suffering, but that does not mean that we need to add to the suffering, and that is the original vegan idea. So they deprive themselves of certain nutritions by choice. They accept that. They choose to suffer a little in order to not cause more suffering to living creatures, to animals in that case. And this is why someone brought up vegan gains, which is a perfect example of a militant vegan idiot and animal abuser. Because for one, he doesn't know how to properly feed himself. Secondly, he was giving his dog a vegan diet, which you can't do. A dog is a carnivore.
Yeah.
You can stretch a dog's diet somewhat, and sometimes they need that to clean their intestines. But a dog needs to eat meat. And my vegan friend, who's my personal Mr. Miyagi, he had a dog, and he himself was a vegan, but he understood his dog needs to eat meat. So he bought his dog meat, because otherwise he would cause his dog suffering, and that's not the idea.
Right.
And
That's good.
yeah, and he initially didn't want the dog. His wife back then wanted him. After his first dog, which he loved dearly. I've seen pictures, and same breed. And this one.
Of course, you want a dog. Come on.
Yeah, wait. In his case, because he was so attached to his original one, and of course because then he was vegan, and well, if I have a dog, I have to feed him meat. That's kind of bad. But the second one, his then wife wanted another. So okay, appease the wife, get a dog, and he basically rescued a little one from a not very kind hunter. The dog was, or the whelp was already traumatized when he got him, and was so until his old age. And was a wonderful dog. And that's one thing interesting I can tell about that dog. I really like that guy, and I knew him for 10 of his 13 years of life, which
Yeah.
one of the weird things.
Pretty much knew him the entirety of his life then.
Yeah, kinda. And the fun thing about him is because of the abusive hunter that where he was born. This dog didn't like men, and he had great fears of abandonment, but he didn't like men.
Okay.
When you gave him some treats, okay, he accepted you for a time, but he always was wary around men, except of course Mr. Miyagi for story purposes, to whom he was super attached. He really liked women. He always sat beside women, leaned against them, and was a big one. A long-haired darter? Is that I don't know. I don't know dog names. It's a famous German breed, hunting dog. I think for duck hunts or something they were bred. I don't remember.
I just know German Shepherd.
Yeah, it's not a shepherd.
Yeah.
Yeah, but was fun because I sat in front of his tea shop a lot of the time, so the dog was around, and I sat there and well, for the longest.
He was just smart. He knew he could cozy up to the women.
Yeah. But the joke was, I only started only for various reasons. Only start my hormones in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I knew this dog since I don't know 2008, 9.
Mm-hmm.
And he always came to me, sat by my side, and leaned against me. And I just accepted that. I liked that. So he's comfortable, and he's giving me some comfort. And Mr. Miyagi came out and looked puzzled at me and said, "That's weird. He only does that with women."
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So I sat there and thought, okay, I'm not gonna say anything. Because the fucking dog can figure it out. Who was I trying to fool?
Smart dog.
Yeah. Yeah, and I had a few such events in my life where someone just, well, animals were always kinda. My testosterone. Your Davy asks. So maybe I don't know if you want to read that because you were tagged. I just saw it. Davy asks.
You saw it. Read it.
Okay. Does your guest, me, think the dog's attachment has anything to do with testosterone levels? No, because I know my testosterone levels pre-transition and they were completely normal and way above soy boy level.
There you go.
I had very healthy testosterone. I needed
that wasn't it.
I needed extra blockers. When soy boys transition, they sometimes don't even need them.
No, I mean, if you're working at Vice or BuzzFeed, you probably don't need any fucking blockers at all.
Oh my! I mean, it's still above what a woman has, what the soy boys have, but it's it's really a joke. It's unhealthy, and the minimum levels in Germany, in the US, are way below the ones we have in Germany. And I know there have been endocrinologists and others in the US who wanted to raise that minimum.
Mm-hmm.
But it would just pathologize all the soy boys. You remember that BuzzFeed thingy? I think it was BuzzFeed where they made these. Oh, we test all our testosterone levels, ha ha ha! And they were
I remember that was a video, right?
Yeah, and they had these. They were all under 400 or something.
Yeah, I don't remember the numbers, but I remember the conclusion was that they were like, "Oh my God, you guys are not even men."
Yeah, they are not. They're unhealthy, and
Right.
I think the US level was 350 of minimum, which I think one managed to fall under, and they were all scraping around that. The German minimum for healthy testosterone for a man is 500.
Right.
And everyone but one was beneath that. In Germany, all these people would need hormone therapy.
You're gonna have to start marching at some point.
Yeah, in Germany, all these people would need testosterone supplements. It's
Yeah,
unhealthy. They can't. These people have most likely impaired reproductive capabilities.
okay, you missed my joke there.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying. Obviously, they have to have a lot of testosterone because they're gonna have to start marching at some point because you're all Nazis. We all know that.
Well, they won't if they don't have testosterone.
You know, just have to throw in the odd Nazi joke there when.
Yeah, I keep missing those.
When you're on.
I'm too autistic to get them. Sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
and
I just do it for my own personal
I know,
amusement.
I
I'm
know.
sorry.
I am not offended.
That's good.
I refuse to be. It's a very important skill. There are some certain people seem to lack that.
Yeah, you think? Holy shit.
Oh yeah.
I mean, have you ever heard of Steve Hughes?
Hughes? No, I thought you was going to say some other name, but no.
No,
Steve Hughes doesn't say anything.
Steve Hughes is a comedian. He did like my favorite stand-up routine ever when he did this thing about being offended. He's like, nothing happens when you're offended. It doesn't mean anything. No one's ever been offended and then woken up the next morning and said, oh my God, this guy offended me last night and now I have cancer.
Yeah, being offended is like that's what you do when you have a fainting couch.
It doesn't mean anything. No,
Yeah.
you're offended. Okay, so you can be offended. Be offended then.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Nothing. It
You-
doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. You choose to
And he
be
got a whole
offended.
stand-up routine based on that, and so he's kind of like a personal hero. I
Mhm.
can't make his. I can't do his routine like he can. He can make that shit sound funny.
Mm.
When I say it, it probably sounds boring, but he's awesome. So if you don't know about Steve Hughes and being offended, you should look that up.
Mm-hmm. There is.
Sorry?
Right. I was just trying to get back where I left off after this wonderful tangent. Right, the trans thing, transcendence. They talk about that because
Transcendence,
it's a fan fiction of trans, of gender dysphoria. It's not
It's
not
also
real
a
what they
bad
say.
movie.
Probably. What it is it's what they use trans for is queer, but with the ability to complain and demand legislation. Because for queer, there's nothing you can demand.
Right.
When you claim to be trans, you can demand that people speak a certain way, that if they misbehave according to your weird logic, that you are entitled to hit back at them, and that's what it's about. With queer, you're just a rebel and against the norm. With trans,
what is it about this thing and demanding that people speak a certain way?
Again.
What is that, like, demanding people speak a certain way? Why do they do that?
They want to feel powerful. I've had to deal with to do with a lot of actual trannies with gender dysphoria, and they're very chill people usually. And I had to do a lot with these transgenders, and I'm not seeing someone and say, okay, that's a transgender, I'm not going to talk to you. I try to keep an open mind, and what I want is, at best, have a conversation, figure something out, and maybe the other gets to think and reflect somewhat, and that might help someone to get out of this nonsense, especially before making a grave mistake, like getting on transition or something.
Right.
So, what it is with most of the transgenders, there are different types of them. The best kind is those that are just confused and get swamped up in this, like in a dragnet. The worst ones, which are the leaders and thought givers of this whole abusive network of nonsense, they usually have personality disorders. They're very insecure inside. They're power hungry, and this is something where they can, without having to improve themselves in any way, without having to have any real competence in anything, through this magical rule set they came up with, that is founded in nothing, this magical rule set, they can now exert power over others. Especially if they have a sadistic streak, They can now.
Hold on a second. I just saw that Ramil Pollard was in the chat, so I just want to say hi to you. Um, go on.
Yeah, and these power-hungry narcissists, borderliners, and antisocial people, and whatever else might fall into that category,
Mm-hmm.
they now have a magical rule set by which they can command other people and harm other people. This is
Right.
what they want. It's similar to part of the witch hunt times was that people accused others just to get rid of them or
Yeah.
to exert power
Yeah.
over them. The same was in socialism. Sometimes there was
It's
the
kind of
higher ups
silly.
were just
Yeah,
told that you
it's
did.
kind of silly that people think that we've outgrown these kind of things. You know what I mean?
We will never outgrow that because we
I
will
know.
always have this part of the populace that will not grow up.
Well, I mean, that's just part of human nature. It's just who we are. We have to accept that that is just a part of the population that's always going to be like that. And we have to accept that, right?
We have to figure out a way how to deal with these people without having them undermine society all the time. That doesn't mean eugenic nonsense like Movie Bob wants, or
What does he
Worf
want now?
probably. I don't
What does
know.
he
I don't know.
want?
He has a broken heart because Lindsay Ellis told him that she doesn't
Oh,
like
he
him.
got destroyed. Oh
Yeah,
my God.
that this was
Oh my
his
God.
that this was his hotspot. I think
Oh,
nobody expected, but yeah.
I can't even understand how that happened. Like, oh my God. If you guys in the chat don't know about Movie Bob and Lindsay, what was her name?
Lindsay
Lin,
Ellis.
Lindsay Ellis. Yeah, because that's been like a thing that's been going on for years, and I've never really paid much attention to it.
Ah, it's
But
beautiful.
it's always been there. Like you've it's come back and bounced up to the surface every once in a while, and now he was just destroyed. She was just like, don't ever talk to me again, basically. Like
Yeah.
I don't like you. I don't ever want to hear from you again. And fuck off was basically her thing. And he's always been like, yeah, me and Lindsay, oh la la, we're friends and maybe more. That's been his thing for years. Then she just came out there and like, okay, enough is enough.
No,
Shut the fuck up.
go
Never talk to
away.
me again.
Yeah,
That was funny.
yeah.
And I don't think that I don't like any of these people, but that was funny.
Bob is. I know I'm an armchair psychologist here, but the problem is with some things I have too much knowledge about because out of self-defense. Part of that is narcissism, and Movie Bob
Hmm.
and Wash both are textbook cases of grandiose type narcissistic personality disorder, and that is where that different. They're not identical, but they're this subtype, and they should be used as examples in teaching. And what Bob did is he in his grandiosity, in his grandiose delusion of how
Hmm.
awesome he is and how important he is, because everyone's holding him back to be on a spaceship and live on Mars. And and it's just beautiful.
I wish you'd go to Mars.
And he has built this fantasy that has no basis in reality, but oh, she did a photo with me and she smiled in that photo, and that
Yeah,
somehow she liked him.
that's just crazy. Like, how could people delude themselves
It's the
like
same
that?
as the parasocial relationship that a teenage girl has with the boy band that she's throwing her underwear onto the stage. It's the same thing.
Sure, but I must suspect that she knows that that's not real.
Well, she understood that, but he didn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure she didn't throw her underwear at her at him.
Well, no, 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 no,
He
no.
just took a photo.
Yes, yes, yes. In this comparison, Movie Bob is the teenage girl that's throwing his underwear onto the stage of the teenage boy band.
Right, but still, he didn't get it.
Of course, because that's not a real relationship. That's just in his mind,
Yeah.
where he fantasizes about whatever, marrying and having little diabetic children or something. I don't know.
Diabetic children. Yeah. That's that's probably history.
Oh god. Oh god. This is so gonna get taken down. Yeah. Murgood. Murgood. How do you pronounce that? Said in chat that Jim Sterling came out as non-binary for fun and profit. Yeah, most likely because non-binary is bullshit.
Yeah, what does that even mean?
It's basically the umbrella term for the 108 genders.
Sure,
The
but so
the
it doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it means it. What it means is a virtue signal to socialists. To I
It's a
reject.
huge
I
virtue signal.
Yeah,
Yes.
I reject the male and female stereotypes. Therefore, I am for the blank slate theory, where everything is just socialization, and I try to unlearn the stereotype I have been taught by society, by oppressive society, to accommodate to. Dude, just be
Jesus.
yourself.
Yeah.
What became of that? That was a '90s thing. Just be yourself.
I
But
don't know, man.
It's like 90s. That's the great thing about the 90s. We had Be Yourself. We had Respect was the normal, still a tame thing, and we had color blindness.
Mhm.
And with all these
Which
things,
was a good thing.
yeah, and with all this we had this more peaceful and more collaborative society that was just being nice to each other and respecting each other and for the character within.
Yeah.
And I believe the far left, the socialists, realized, yeah, we advocated for this for years because we were the underdogs, but society is improving too well, and then they won't need us anymore. So we need to get rid of all of this and start the race wars again, and the sex wars, and whatever else. And that's basically where we are right now.
Right. Yeah, you're not wrong. It was certainly easier back then. Racial tensions were lower. When I was a kid, it wasn't anything we thought about. There was all these different colored people in the class, and even in my home, we were a mixed family. There was just people just didn't think about it, and now it's just that's the only thing that matters about a person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
That's it. That's it. What's your color? What's your color? That's it.
I'm team purple.
Yeah. Yeah. You've seen Babylon 5.
This was wonderful. Stuff like that's not gonna be made anymore for the next 20 years.
No,
That
probably
scene is
not.
just wonderful.
We're gonna have to subside on the old ones.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
Why are you fighting each other? Well, green, purple.
He's green. He's green.
Yeah, but it's
Okay,
just
what
just
what
pieces
happens
of
if I
cloth.
take this green thing and put it on him?
Oh,
Oh
murder!
my god!
Yeah, but how do you decide who's green and who's purple? Well, we have big pot and we have all green and purple things in there, and we take out thing, and then we are green and purple. Yeah, but how do you know who's the leader? Well, one green and one purple have metal on it, so that's who leader is. So, and then you murder each other until only one side stands? Yes. best jingoism. The best.
I bet they didn't
And
imagine how relevant that episode would be
and it was so
20 years later.
yeah, and it was so beautiful. And Ivanova gets hurt, and she's on her crutches going through the whole station, and she's pissed all the time. And so here, there's another great female, actually strong female character in TV, Susan Ivanova. Beautiful, gorgeous, amazing. No SJW has ever heard of her.
No, of course not.
Because she's in the way of the narrative.
Everyone who knows science fiction knows who that is. But you know, of course, every time there's a female in a new role, they have to say it's the first ever.
Yeah. And I didn't have the hots for Ivanova when I was a kid, but I found her awesome.
Right.
I found her bloody awesome.
I thought she was pretty hot when I was a kid.
Yeah, I wasn't. I think I wasn't old enough yet. I wasn't old enough to find her hot yet. I rewatched Babylon 5 in the beginning of this year, and I thought, oh yeah, that's an awesome woman. Pity she's 30 years older now, but damn.
Yeah, well, back then she was pretty hot.
Oh yeah. Wonderful character.
Good series.
And they actually played really well with religion. Ivanova's family religion stuff, that was done really well. Religion in general was done really well, and it wasn't preachy. It was never preachy. It was just explorative.
No, it was realistic, and like there were conflicts with this shit.
Yeah, because good
who
science.
Who cares about the preachy stuff? We want to understand what the conflicts would be.
Yeah, because
that's what they did.
Good science fiction is explorative and not preachy.
Yeah,
that's the difference to STD. STD is preachy.
Yeah, I haven't even seen the latest season because I looked at the last one and I was like, oh my god, this is such a dumpster fire. Like,
yeah.
I cannot even justify taking this off of Pirate Bay.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to say this on last stream. Sorry. I don't know if you know Doomcock, Overlord DVD. He got the viewer numbers of STD of the last season, the current season.
Okay.
And it is beneath reruns of game shows.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
And it's the most expensive TV series right now, I think, with $40 million per episode.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I heard you take a breath there.
Yeah, that sounds amazingly fucking expensive. Jesus.
Yeah. Game of Thrones was at 10 million. He said.
Exactly. That sounds. I mean, you could do a movie for that. There are movies that are made for 40 million. There are movies that are made for less than that. Jesus Christ, they're just dumping this money down a well and setting it on fire to make this crazy show that no one wants. That's insane.
Imagine, for the same money, assuming we would have had good writers, we could have had, per episode of STD, we could have had 4 more episodes of Game of Thrones. So almost a season for 2 episodes of STD.
I don't really know Game of Thrones. I never really liked that one, but
I just like fantasy, and it was okay-ish until the 5th, and then it went weird, and then it just I don't know if you've seen the meme with the horse that represents the quality of the seasons.
No, I don't think so.
Let me check if I can find it. People in the chat probably know it.
Mm-hmm. It just wasn't really my thing. Like, I watched like the first season and I was like, oh, this is cool, like medieval England and shit, and then This is not medieval England.
Yeah, so posted it to you in on the Discord. That's kind of the quality progression of the Game of Thrones show.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I've even seen that one before. I'm sure chat knows this one is like the picture of a horse that gets more and more like drawn like it's a kid.
And it has
And
this quality spike at 6 at the end.
yeah,
Sorry. And it's just
yeah.
the stick thing.
Obviously, we can't post stuff like that into YouTube, but I'm sure you've all seen this meme. Because even I've seen it, and I'm not a Game of Thrones fans, and it's just it's description of the quality of Game of Thrones. Yeah.
Yeah, but where does STD even start? It's just over expensive special effects.
I don't know. Understand why they spend so. It's like they're really trying to just spend their way into your heart, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't work.
No, I know.
Good
But
writing
what
does that.
they could have done this for a tenth of the budget if they had good stories.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have to spend all this fucking money. 40 million per episode? That's fucking insane. If you just take like, okay, so you take 5 episodes and you have an Avengers movie for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but
just fucking make some good episodes like the Orville.
yeah, they can't do it because they would have to, because this is a sunken cost fallacy, and they have to double down. Because if they don't double down, they have to acknowledge the sunken cost fallacy of their ideology. Because it's always about pushing the ideology. And they can't stop doing it.
Yeah, but they're not a political party. It's not their job to push an ideology. I don't understand why,
No, of course.
why companies can't just be money-grubbing whores
like
they used to be. What is wrong with being a money-grubbing whore company?
Yeah, because well, they would produce quality.
Yeah.
The problem is, yes, they are not a political party, but they are ideologues. And ideologues, wherever they are, they push their ideology.
I know, but
they're like priests who go to
companies could be just money-grubbing whore companies like they
used
to be.
They're all missionaries. They go to a foreign country, in this case another company. The companies are the foreign countries of missionaries. And then I just tell everyone, you have to do this to appease my God, and you will enter heaven. And if you do not, hell will break loose on earth. Swallow you whole, and pests may befall you.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's not just actors.
Wish they would just do what's... I mean, this is what fucked up Disney, obviously. I just wish they would have done what's best for the shareholders, because that would have made us happy too.
And I tell you, it's all the writing. It's everything else is great. Everything else is great.
Obviously, Disney didn't do this to please their shareholders. They did it for a fucking agenda. They didn't go and fuck up Star Wars because they figured it would give the shareholders money. They figured they would sell their agenda, obviously. But I wish they could just be money-grubbing whores like they used to be, and make good movies instead.
Shouldn't the shareholders already have flipped the table?
Yeah, I don't understand that. I have no idea, but...
Are the shareholders also ideologues by now? Succumb to the mind virus, and they're fine with just burning money in the hopes that it will stick finally.
No. I think it's probably, you know how it is with shareholders. There's so many of them that they can't never really unite on anything.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what the structure of Disney really looks like, but I suspect that there are a gazillion fucking people owning stock in Disney, and I guess in a sense, unless they start some sort of I don't know, unless they really fuck up, the shareholders won't really come together to do anything.
I think they have to burn so much more money until Hollywood is on its last breaths until this resets,
Yeah,
because it's not
I
gonna
mean,
stop before that.
yeah, yeah. I don't know how really how they would work this out.
Yeah, because STD already underperformed so much. No one would give that a third season ever. Not in a
No,
sane world.
no, no. Of course not. But it's getting one.
Yeah, and
And
and then I look back
it,
at awesome things in the 2000s, like Farscape, that
oh yeah,
that
yeah,
were
yeah,
that were cancelled because it wasn't doing well enough, and that's why they had to cut the story short.
yeah.
And now
They had
and
to,
this
and then
overexpensive shit
they
is
had the
just.
decency to come back and actually do a movie about it.
Yeah, there was a giant movement to save Farscape.
Yeah,
It was a worldwide movement. It was really interesting. Um, I didn't know that existed at the time. Maybe I might have been a tiny part of it. But no, I saw that in the bonus material about the show after I rewatched it and then saw the bonus material, and I was blown away because I didn't understand a lot of the choices in the show, like why they wrote out Zan while this was one of the most beloved characters, and then why the
hmm,
story cut short at the end of the fourth season. And this is what kind of ending is this? We just have so many open threads right now. And then they did the Peacekeeper Wars, which is the conclusion of the story.
right.
And that is the Peacekeeper Wars. These movies are the product of a worldwide fan movement to get Farscape back to finish up the story before every actor is out of reach, and everyone else who worked on the project is gone.
Yeah, yeah.
And I wish that could have been done for Babylon 5 too, back in the 90s.
No, but it was. What do you mean?
Well, didn't they plan for more seasons for Babylon 5 and cut it short too?
No, no. I mean, in fact, season five was not planned at all.
Oh, really?
No,
Then I'm mixing things up, I guess.
um, actually, well, that's true and not true. Season five was supposed to end where season four ends. They were told when they were in season four that yeah, this is not going to go on, so you better wrap it up. So they wrapped it up, and
Oh,
then they came back like, oh, we got pretty good ratings, so why don't you make a fifth season? And the fifth season is obviously crap because they've already exhausted all their storylines
the the fifth season
because
felt a
they
little
were
bit like a
told to.
very long ending.
Yeah, fifth season wasn't supposed to happen. It was supposed to end with four season, whether or not it actually took another season to do that or not. But that was the story they had.
Hmm.
They were prepared to drag that out for a fifth season. That's why it felt a little bit rushed at some points in season four,
Yeah, yeah.
because it was supposed to be like dragged out for another season. Um, but what actually became the fifth season, that was just like, oh, okay, so you want more? I guess we'll just come up with some shit. I have no idea. All right, whatever. So that was just bullshit. You shouldn't even watch season five. You should just stop.
I don't know. I may so it's a long time. And since I binge watched, I don't really remember what was in which season. Um, the Psycho episode, was that in season 5, where they did this Psycho on the inside, or was that season 4?
There were so many of them.
Because
I don't.
it was a special episode. I think one of the actors directed it or wrote it. Oh, right, the guy who played Veer.
Okay.
Either wrote or directed that episode with where you where you see Psycho on the inside, and it's this huge Orwellian
Right.
company thing, and
Right. Right.
I it was a standalone episode for the most part, but I
Mm-hmm.
I found it wonderful. I found it a bit quaint, and it's
Right.
I really love that episode, and I'm even fine with it standing out so much to the general of the series, because Psycho is a bubble. It has a different culture inside. It's fine that it's
Mm-hmm.
completely bonkers.
I don't remember exactly which season that is from. So yeah, I don't know, but I remember there was one episode where there were like kids, kind of like in Kids in the Psychor, and they
Uh,
were like they're trying to do all these psychic things to each other, and they visualized it, and it looked weird as fuck.
well, it was the 3D effects, the CGI of the 90s.
Yeah, it looked
I,
kind of weird.
yeah, but I like
I
I
thought
still
it
like
was
it.
kind of good for the
For the time, it
time.
was awesome. On a TV
Yeah,
series, for fuck's sake.
yeah, a TV series from that time. I thought that was kind of good.
If you want, I can try to. I think he's the son of the guy who did the computer cluster that was rendering that.
Hmm.
Um, if you want, he's also working in Hollywood. He's on other streams. If you want, I can ask him for a future stream with you to come on.
All right, that'd be cool.
This is when he told me that was his dad. Uh, I was like, whoa, I love that stuff. I will always defend the CGI of Babylon 5. Please tell him I am. There was a little kid in Germany who really loved that stuff in the 90s.
Yeah, but it was good. I mean, it was actually revolutionary for its time,
Yeah.
because back then all you had was Star Trek, and they had to film everything with miniatures, so
Mm-hmm.
everything was just reused, reused, reused. Every fucking episode had the same shot that the last one had. Okay, so here comes the Enterprise entering orbit. Yep, seen that shot before. And then and now it's in orbit. Yep, seen that shot before. But
Okay.
you didn't really think about it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
for the first season of Babylon 5, they had only a few CGI things, like the patrol of the fighters around the station that they used for ad breaks. That was reused a lot. It was always the same. Um,
every show reuses stuff, obviously, but
yeah, yeah. But
they had
hey,
so much more material to work with, because
yeah,
they could just every fucking episode they
and
produce something new.
what people don't realize, just that little scene, I think it's just 3 to 5 seconds long. And it's just this little quiet scene, and this one Star Fury is doing this little spin, and that's all it does. It's all it does.
Hmm.
And uh, back then they needed to render 2 seconds of that, needed a whole day of rendering,
Of course.
and it's just, what the amount of work that was put into that, and to get the tech ready to be able to do that in the first place, because all we had was potato computers.
Right. It's not that it's not that much faster now, though.
Oh, because we have
Just
more stuff in the shot now.
yeah, because now we have like fucking
It's not just 50
Avengers
polygons
with
anymore.
a gazillion fucking polygons, and all these fucking things happening at the same time. So it's not that it's that much faster. Um,
It's
in
just more.
fact, it's probably slower.
Yeah, it's,
But those were pioneers.
yeah, and that's just. I think I have a weak spot for that. It's also why I like, probably why I like sketches of artwork often more than the final polished picture that some people make.
Right.
Not that the final pictures don't look great, but I have a weak spot for sketches.
Okay.
Maybe because they are still they leave way even more room for interpretation. Not just they don't just stimulate fantasy like the final work, the final piece that you can immerse in.
Mm-hmm.
But I have this unpolished potential. I can't really put it into words. I don't know. I just love sketches.
I mean, I like sketches from movies that I've seen, but that's more like I'm interested in seeing how they were thinking when they were making the movie. Um, so I'm not sure if that's something, if it's something like that or
I mean drawings in general.
okay, because obviously if you see like all the drawings from like the Terminator or something,
Mm-hmm.
um, it's fucking amazing that that guy's so good with drawing, right? Have you ever seen James Cameron draw? He's like
No.
he's a fucking master. If he didn't make movies, he could be a fucking master painter. It's
Uh,
crazy.
the more I learn about that man, the more I believe, no matter how much of an asshole he is, he's deservedly he deserves his position because he just
Right. I
makes
don't think
quality
he's an
whatever he
asshole.
does.
I don't think he's an asshole. I think he's very demanding.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah,
difference.
and
There's a
that's what people
difference.
mistake for being an asshole. But he has a high quality standard. He wants to get the thing right.
Right. He wants to get the shit done, and he won't take any shit while getting the shit done.
Then
He will take.
that's why he almost drowns when shooting for the abyss.
Yeah. He didn't drown. He almost
Yeah,
drowned.
almost.
He almost drowned the other guy.
Yeah, that too.
Um,
That too. Well, he was.
what's his face? Um, Ed Harris. He almost drowned Ed Harris. Ed Harris drove home crying, all the
Oh,
way to his home.
oh no, there was one incident, and the other was where he was trying to set up a shot down in the water tank,
Mm-hmm.
and then noticed, oh shit, the oxygen is shit. Like
Mm-hmm.
something was wrong with the equipment or something, and he was out of oxygen. Noticed it too late, and first wanted to finish fixing the shot, but there wasn't enough time. Then he went up, and the emergency guy noticed it, and the radio guy couldn't hear him because he was deaf.
Mm-hmm.
And then the emergency swimmer noticed him, went down to meet him, and just fucked up giving him oxygen, and then Cameron just took the oxygen equipment from him. This weird story.
I think you're mixing that story up with the Ed Harris story, because that sounds like the Ed Harris story.
Okay.
Um, I don't. I've never heard James Cameron running out of oxygen. That's I've never heard that. As far as I know, he everything went smoothly for him.
I just I
I
saw
know
the I
that
saw the
Jim.
recap of development hell from Critical Drinker. That's where he mentioned that. So
Yeah,
either
I
I
think he.
misremember it or he mixed it up.
If he said that, I think he's fucking it up or misremembering because I've watched all those because I'm kind of a hardcore Cameron fan.
Hmm.
Um, I've never heard anything about Jim Cameron being near death. I've
Okay.
heard I've
Then
heard several statements about Ed Harris being so near death that he almost quit the movie and he was fucking crying and driving home crying and had a breakdown and like like that thing was so bad for him that he's like no, never ever again, not gonna work with anything with water, not gonna work with Jim Cameron, nothing, fuck everything like
yeah,
this.
I'm pretty sure that movie traumatized a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Because
Uh,
he was being this, as far as I know, this happened when he was doing the. Do you remember the movie?
the abyss itself, yes.
Yeah, you remember the movie, right?
Yeah.
So this is supposedly happened when they were shooting the stuff that when he was going down. with his super breathing suit,
Yeah,
right? Where he was breathing fluid. Obviously, that thing doesn't work in reality, so
not
it
for
was just
humans.
no. Well, maybe it does, but they couldn't use it in the fucking movie. Uh, it maybe it works in reality. Who cares? But
I
they
think
could
that,
not
that
use.
the problem with using it in reality in the movie was a FDA
No,
health safety thing that it was against regulations or something.
no. Actually, I actually talked to my brother about this, and he's a professor of neurology, and so he told me like, yes, theoretically this works, but it doesn't matter because you still have hollow spaces in your brain, and you can't pressurize those.
Oh, okay. So it it works for breathing a liquid,
Yes, but
but
you
it
can't.
doesn't help enough against the pressure.
Yeah, you still can't go down to those pressures
Mm-hmm.
by using it. So it's kind of a that's a little science fiction thing. But anyway, um, um, he, when he was so he's going down, right? He's falling and falling. That's like a thing that happens for almost like 10 minutes in that movie, right? He's just falling towards the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like they have this like iPhone, not iPhone, but like Apple Watch thing on his hand where he can talk to the people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and he's starting to write shit that doesn't make any sense. Remember that, right? Because he's delirious.
Yeah, that's too long ago.
Right. Anyway, when they filmed that, what was actually happening? He was like he wasn't falling. They had ropes on his feet, and they just dragged him across. Uh, um, like he was like I don't know, like 10 feet underwater or something.
Uh
And
huh.
they just put ropes on his feet and dragged him across 10 feet,
Okay.
or not 10 feet, but a long ass distance. So probably like 300 feet or something. But he was just 10 feet onto water. That doesn't matter when you're hooked up to when someone's tied a rope to your legs
Mm-hmm.
and are dragging you across 300 feet, right? And he couldn't breathe,
Yeah,
and he
he
was
had to hold his
signaling
breath.
everyone. He was signaling everyone like, "Holy shit, give me some air!" And nobody could get to him, and he was just scared out of his mind.
Holy shit. Yeah.
And he thought he was gonna die.
Yeah, bro.
That's some scary shit.
Yeah, and drowning is not a fun death. Very painful.
Yeah,
Um.
that's the scariest one.
Yeah. Here's a suggestion.
Huh?
Watch the review or recap rather from that Critical Drinker made, and then
Mm-hmm.
maybe do a stream with him and about this, about the movie, because it sounds like you two could talk a lot of fun stuff about that.
Right, right. Yeah, he's a good guy. He makes
He
good
he he
movies,
he, he puts he puts smiles on
m-
faces. That's great.
make good YouTube videos, not movies. But he makes good YouTube videos.
Mm-hmm. I remember on this because this language thing is such an enormously long topic in Germany.
Hmm.
There was a fun thing I wanted to get to eventually. So the feminists kept pushing all their weird shit, and eventually, now we're at this point where this third wave feminism is really pissing off the second wave feminism, because the second wave feminism really fought for feminizing all the words. The third wave
Okay.
feminism is now trying to make everything gender neutral, which erases all of that. And
What about the first wave?
I
How
don't
do
know,
they feel?
no idea. They're dead, probably. I don't
Yeah.
know. Um, Yeah, but because
but that's
the
still
second wave
interesting,
was
though.
about visibility of women. Notice us, that we are capable, that we are good. And the third wave is about don't look at, don't notice differences between men and women. And this is the internal clash between the two. And the fun thing about this is there's this, a particular professor. I don't know if she is still a professor of the Humboldt University in Berlin, and was in the late 90s, and I first heard of her about her in the late 2000s, I think. And she's an SJW professor about I think about language.
Okay.
Her name is Lan Hornscheid, very weird name. I think you won't find many mismatches when you look for that. And
Yeah.
she looks like, even in the 90s, she looked like what you would now expect an SJW to look. This
Big glasses
yes,
kind of thing.
yes, buzz cut.
Yeah, strange hair color.
No, she didn't have a strange hair color yet. What was done a lot by socialists was this horribly super red hair dye, but she didn't do that one. Was that all the feminists had this super red hair dye? Like, do you remember Big Red?
Of course.
Yeah, that all the big radical feminists, they all had this kind of hair color here. It was their uniform. It was the uniform before this modern uniform now, where they still have this red hair color, but now you have all this other stuff as well, and the problem glasses, of course. And the joke is, so
Well,
this yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, this Professor Lan Hornscheid came up with all these super weird, completely unusable ways to write words. And it's just, you look at it and why is this woman being paid anything? This is just insane. And a few years later, I think it was around 2009 or 11 or something, or maybe even later. I can't really put my thumb on it. I would have to look it up. She was accused by her students of being racist because she gave a black student a bad mark.
Oh, okay. All right. That did not end as I thought it would, but still, it kind of did.
Yeah, it's the Noam Chomsky route, where she helped create all of this nonsense, and then it's coming back to eat her because she is still of an old type of thought, because she still had an ounce of meritocratic thought in her, where she tried to justify, yeah, but your work wasn't good enough. But that doesn't matter to the racists today, because according to the racists, if you have a specific skin color, you always need to get a good mark.
Yeah, that's probably what they think.
And that's
crazy, man.
Yeah, and that's where we are today.
Jesus Christ! Yes, I am this color. Give me marks.
Yeah, and that was before it exploded in the US. But we had just these singular incidents of this here, because back then the SJWs didn't have much of a hold in German universities, because German universities are very, very STEM heavy, while in the Anglosphere the humanities have a way higher ratio compared to STEM. And it's through the humanities that they always get in. So we have it here, we always had it here too, just way slower.
Man.
And
I have to go pee.
Okay. Damn.
Damn. Can you hold up the stream, or?
Yeah, I can try. People can ask me questions while you're gone.
Yeah. Submit your questions. I will be back in a minute.
Hello, chat. How are you doing? Just had a pipe. So yeah, as you may have noticed, I'm. Who is your daddy and what does he do? What? I don't know if that was directed at me. Anyway. Yeah, whiskey's a good idea. But the only thing I have here is some Jameson, and that is. Well, it's not bad, but it's boring and tasteless, I think. Sadly, I'm not very good as a one-man show. Oh no, I misgendered myself. Oh my god, I need to be offended at myself now. Shit. Can you say, Kanzler Kurz war sehr kurz Kanzler? Okay, I did. Did I summon a demon?
Yo,
Hello.
how's it going?
Okay, Murgot says, missed the first half hour? You're taking hormones. Trans or med remedy? Didn't understand from what little context. Can you rephrase that?
I guess I stepped in at a moment you're having conversation with the chat there.
No, I got my first question. I got my first question, or the second one. Yes. Okay. There are several hormones I take. The medical remedy. I have hypothyreosis, which means my thyroid doesn't produce enough thyroid hormones, which is a very common thing that I had since I was 12. So that would be that, but that has nothing to do with trans. So I have gender dysphoria, and started hormone therapy in 2017. Sadly, I couldn't do many other things afterwards due to other health issues that arose. I talked about PTSD. I got that afterwards, and that basically put a halt to all my transition, which is why my voice is still like the way it is, which is very uncomfortable for me and a bit embarrassing. Yeah, but ever since then, early 2017, I'm on hormones. They have an amazing effect. But the PTSD has quite a contrary effect on how healthy I look. The important thing about the hormones is if you have actual gender dysphoria, the actual medical condition, which is more or less a brain development anomaly, if you are so inclined. The hormone replacement therapy, to my complete surprise, reduced the dysphoria and thereby the stress, the psychological stress that the dysphoria produces, which is the problem. And the transgenders don't have that. It reduces that within the first 2 to 3 weeks by about 80%, which makes it very manageable.
What? 2 to 3 weeks?
Yeah, 2 to 3 weeks on hormone replacement therapy, and my gender dysphoria was down by about 80%.
Wow. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it completely blew me away. I didn't expect that because I thought my body needs to make more changes. But it seems to be, it really seems to be more about brain chemistry. For the most part.
Holy
so
shit.
there is still a lot of incongruence I feel in various body parts. It's not just about the genital nonsense. It's a full body thing. It's a full body thing. That's also what the SJWs don't understand. It's a full body thing, and it is a body issue.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah, and but 80% of this distress was just blown away by 3 weeks on hormone therapy. However, I'm not gonna experiment with getting off of it just to see if the dysphoria returns. What the hormone therapy seems to do, the hormone cocktail of the other sex, is that it normalizes the anomalously grown brain areas. I don't remember which one it was. I have to study behind me on the keyboard. It normalizes the brain, and that is what leads to a reduction in gender dysphoria. However, when you don't have gender dysphoria, so you have a normal brain, for regards of gender dysphoria, and you take hormones, you take cross-sex hormones, people seem to develop gender dysphoria, because that's what it sounds like when you listen to the stories of detransitioners. People who thought they were trans or were talked into being trans, then realized, this is shit, I feel horrible, let's detransition. And the way they described it, the discomfort with their bodies they had while transitioning sounds exactly like what people like me describe before transitioning. Which is why it's a bloody horrible idea, and I think it's cruel, if not criminal. It's inhumane to push people into transitioning without a proper gatekeeping of diagnosis. Proper diagnosis. If you call proper diagnosis gatekeeping, which they mean as a derogatory term, you are a bloody, inhumane criminal who wants to hurt children, who is fine with destroying the lives of children. Because children shouldn't transition in the first place, but telling people who do not have gender dysphoria that they should transition, or giving them the idea that that might be a good idea and that everything is reversible, which it is not.
That's really a weird thing. Yeah, exactly. They always say that, like when you look at those, you have all these 7-year-old children or whatever, and it's like, yeah, it's reversible. Don't worry about it. Like, Jesus Christ, how the fuck do you know that? You can't know that.
Of course not.
No.
Of course not.
Well, there are no studies to prove that. And of course, it doesn't really matter if there is a study, because we all know that those years are the most formative years you'll ever have. And if you just change them, that will stick with you for the rest of your lives.
Yeah, and I talked about sexual maturity crisis before, which is sadly a completely underused diagnosis.
Oh, hold on, I just got a super chat here from Snowdub, Music and Entertainment. It says, Undoomed is the man. Yes, I am. Thank you very much. I finally hit my 1K. Congratulations, buddy. That's awesome. When can I get you on for an interview on my shows? Or yeah, just hit me up. You have my do I follow you on Twitter? Or if I don't, just hit me up anyway and just at me and I'll follow you back. I think I follow you, right? We've certainly talked before. I just don't know if it's privately. But anyway, I'd love to be on your show and help you out with your getting your subscriber count up there. So if I can do that, that'd be awesome. When is there going to be a new video? You also ask. Yeah, I can't tell you that, man. I just want this election to be over. I'm not going to go into the election. I hate this fucking thing. I just want it to be over. Whoever wins, just make it go away. I don't fucking care. Just make it go away. Just give me whoever wins, just give me the result. I obviously have my preference, but I don't really care. Am I the asshole here?
No.
I'm so sick and tired of it. I I can't even muster up
If you
any sort of enthusiasm for anything about the election.
just the, it's what I do in such situations, because there are topics where I see it the same way. It's just, okay, I cannot affect this process. I will just get riled up about it, lose nerves over it, and I know there's a set date when everything is sorted out. Has to be when there is anything official. I will just sleep through until then, will not read any news about it, and I will wake up on Boxing Day. I'm not going to try to catch Santa come down the chimney. I will just sleep through the night, and the next day I will open my presents.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just get it the fuck over with. I'm not interested in all this intrigue and who's suing who and who's fucking has the next lawsuit and oh my god, just give me the fucking result already, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and also congratulations to Snowed Up Music and Entertainment. I don't
Yeah,
I don't know the channel, but yeah,
yeah. I mean, he's been working hard to get up to his first 1,000, and holy shit, I know where he's at. Um,
nice.
when I started, I never thought I would get to 1,000. I thought that was like totally unrealistic that I would get to 1,000. I was like, no, that's never gonna happen. No one's gonna want to listen to me. Jesus Christ, I'm so boring. Uh,
Well, I'm at that stage right now.
yeah. So I mean, yeah, I totally get that, and it's a nice feeling when you hit that, you know.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, I'm blown away to have gotten 3 nice comments on the stream we did last time. I feel the love.
Feel love in the air tonight.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Back to the thing. Yes. You should know, from what we know, from the data we do actually have. Children should never transition. You should never throw hormones on them. Not even, especially not even. I don't care. Makes no difference. Do not throw hormone blockers on them either, because you are messing with the process of puberty.
Exactly, but that's the thing.
What we know.
All this stuff is like they don't care. It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter because it's reversible. LOL.
It's not especially
No,
not when you mess with that process. It's the same with
we all know that because that's your childhood. Jesus Christ, if you fuck that up,
yeah,
you're never gonna be the same.
You are in a developing process, and that process needs to go its best natural course of action. If you mess with that, you are messing with that development. And puberty is not something you can just hold and then it just continues. Puberty has a time lock on it. If it's not done by that time, you will have a stunted development.
Yeah, and even if there was like some way you could do it, and you could just hold it, like okay, we're just gonna hold it, right? But then you're still gonna be like some idiot to all your friends because you haven't gone through what they've gone through, right? So you're gonna be like the 23-year-old virgin who's never even experienced puberty. Like you'll be like a total outcast. It doesn't work.
Oh, but we
Right?
can then push on with the other hormones and repair and continue puberty. You dude, that's not how it works. That is
Yeah.
seriously not how it works. And the important thing is, and I cannot stress this enough. Most children who claim to have gender dysphoria, maybe they have it, maybe they don't. 80% of them lose it by the end of puberty.
Right.
Which means the only thing that is truly, because this is why it should just be categorized into this sexual maturity crisis I invoked. So, what I am, and the only thing that requires any consideration of treatment, doesn't mean you have to, but to where considering treatment for gender dysphoria is relevant, is in post-puberty persistent gender dysphoria, which is a minority of the people who have it, who had it during puberty, which is already a tiny portion of people. So I am in that sorry category, and that means I am a minority of a minority of people. Right. This minority of a minority is the only one who has a legitimate necessity or claim or any sense, where it makes any sense to think about any medical intervention.
Right.
And what we do know from these British NHS gender clinics, after they had to release their numbers, is that apparently hormone blockers increase suicidal behavior in teenagers. Well, instead of reduce it. It makes it worse.
I would assume as much, so that does not surprise me at all.
Yeah, me neither.
I would assume that was like, of course, hello, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is a good thing that Dan S. said in chat. Can't drink, smoke, drive, or vote until you're an adult. Trans should be the same way. Exactly.
Yes.
It happens to coincide with that.
All these things, I just come back to my libertarian side. Like, when you're an adult, do what the fuck you want. You know, you want to transition this way or that way. That's just freedom.
Yeah, I agree. Roughly, I will just put a bar before that for the very reason that if you have a public healthcare system, if you just have autogenophilia, or just if you just have a fetish or body modification fetish or something,
right,
pay for it out of your own pocket.
Right.
If you have the actual condition of gender dysphoria, and personally I believe that type 2, which is currently labeled as autogenophilia, but I believe there is autogenophilia without the actual what I see as the core of gender dysphoria, this body phantom, this full body distress thing. And autogenophilia without that, which is just the paraphilia, just the fetish, and that that with this symptom. And these things need to be, personally, it's my hypothesis that there is a distinction to be made, because if you do not have this stress, which is the relevant, which is the what makes you suffer. If you have this medical intervention by public healthcare system, we can talk about that. If you do not have this distress, there is no medical need to help you by a public healthcare system.
Right.
And that's where I draw the line. This is the differentiation between these two is type 1 gender dysphoria is early onset. This is these children that claim to be girls and insist on it throughout puberty, and it never ends with them. So it's not very rare, extremely rare, and this is about a quarter of the people with actual gender dysphoria that fall into this thing, and they have actually feminized brains, really feminized brains,
right?
And so that they are all gay, so they are all into men. So when it's a boy, they're always into men. The late onset type.
How are you supposed to know that when they're kids?
Well, you don't.
Right.
You don't, whether it's that or whether it's a phase. You don't. You wait out until puberty is over.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you don't know if it ends naturally.
Yeah.
And even then, why would you intervene? This is a stupid idea. Anyway, the late onset type is the one that kids start noticing, not necessarily understanding, but noticing that something's off at the beginning of puberty, around the age of 8 or 9 years old. So, and this is...
Well, it's kind of early puberty, isn't it?
No, not really. What people usually think puberty is when they see visual changes. like growth spurts, facial hair, or breasts growing. But
I'm just thinking about myself.
Boys start a little later than girls.
Right. I think for me it was probably like 10 or 11 or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
before I even before that it didn't even enter in my mind that gender had anything to do with anything. It didn't interest me at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, and that's the normal age for boys, and girls start a little earlier. And but
Right.
there are things starting in your body way before that, before you can see anything visually. It's like my hormone therapy. In the first few months, nothing happens. It takes a year or two until until the facial recognition apps recognize me as female. That was
Right.
interesting.
Well, you had your iPhone, the face thingy, or
If a friend wanted to fool around with these, this is what you would look like as the other sex, and she wanted to tease me and show me that it then would show with make my face more female, and instead it just masculinized my face all the time because it thought I was a woman.
wow, that's kind of cruel.
Yeah,
Crazy.
if the bot acknowledges me, if the bot if the bot assumes my sex correctly, why can't the fucking SJWs?
Oh, that's a good question. Jesus,
So the only ones
I don't know.
invalidating my experience are the SJWs. They keep asking my pronouns. So, dude, can't you see the fucking tits?
There you go. I mean, isn't
The
that
bloody bot can see I'm a woman. What is
that
wrong with you?
that's kind of like what everyone has always been saying, I think, or at least the way I've always seen it is like if someone's trying, you will know. You'll be like because pronouns are kind of automated in your head.
Yeah,
When you see tits, you say woman. It's kind of like it's just automated. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
That's just the way it is, and it doesn't just have to be tits. But when you see female
It's a lot
traits,
about the
it's
face.
automated. You don't have to ask someone to use their pronoun.
Real, yeah, right. And the SJWs always go on about, this invalidates these people, and that invalidates these people, and you invalidating women, and you invalidating trans people. Dude,
Yeah,
if you
they
the
might have
insulting
some.
thing, I am
They,
I as long
they
as
may
I
have unreasonable expectations. How about that?
uh the, I'm losing my train of thought right now. Sorry, fucking tism brain.
Sorry about that.
No. Where was I? Right. Um, you know, it's what we actually want is not to be noticed.
Right.
So,
That makes
which is
sense.
also why so few of us are speaking up against these transgenders. Well, they also outnumber us, which is the difference to this Latinx thing. So, because the Latinos refuse that and reject that, but there are way more Latinos than there are SJWs who want to enforce the term Latinx.
Right.
In the case of trans, there are way more SJWs claiming to be trans than there are people with actual gender dysphoria.
Right.
And of those with gender dysphoria, some sadly have fallen into the ideology. But
Yeah.
in general,
That will
everyone,
always happen.
yeah, but everyone who's not buying into the ideology and does have gender dysphoria is also despised by the socialists.
No.
And they say if you do not ask people pronouns, you are invalidating their identity. Dude, if you one of the most I am passing as long as I don't open my mouth, and I mean you've seen me, and I'm currently not having the camera on for reasons, But I mean, you can attest to that because you said some very nice things, and
Yeah, 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 yeah.
uh,
I mean, there's no problem for me when people are, they really want to be the other gender. Why would I not use that pronoun? It comes automatically.
yeah,
That's
exactly,
that's what
and
I'm saying. Like,
that's what I mean with
um,
I pass, and the only people. So there are people. If you can catch on if you know what to look for always. However,
sure.
because I had too many years not doing this, but thing is, sorry I have trouble to keep my sentences together. The thing is, the only people who do not naturally, when being in person, refer to me as a female in any way.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, when calling me by name, saying when you would say Mister or Miss, so they would also always say Miss in the German,
Hmm.
and
Frau.
exactly, exactly, and and the only people who don't do that are people who want to get under my skin
Right.
and SJWs who ask my pronouns. Because when you have to imagine there's a natural woman and she has a bit of an issue with her looks. She wasn't blessed by Aphrodite,
Hmm.
and you come to her and you ask her pronouns because you don't know whether she is a man or a woman. Do you think that this is helping her self-esteem?
No, that would probably be very rude.
That is what children do on the schoolyard to bully other children.
Right.
That boy looks like a girl, that girl looks like a boy, ha ha ha.
Yeah. Makes sense.
A grown up just runs with the assumption, and a grown up, if misgendered, just takes it and says, "Oh, yeah, funny," and either you just ignore it because everyone does a mishap once in a while. You can just be lost in thought and think about somebody else. That can happen, for example. Or you
Right.
pre-transition, and then it is actually hard for people, and
But the
you could
thing
show
is,
some empathy to those people and
it's
not
always about
explode.
it's always about respect, and
Exactly.
these people always say like, respect is this and that, but as we all know, respect is earned,
Yeah, and
and
there's people
if you don't
who
understand that, then you're gonna be eternally disappointed, um, because when I respect a person, I want that person to feel good,
yeah we're
and
mutually nice to each other,
yeah, of
and
course.
like there's people who've known me for over 10 years before
Hmm.
I opened up to them about what I am planning to do, and everyone was super nice, surprisingly so.
Hmm.
But people keep having trouble switching over. And that is not out of malice or anything. It's just because they've known me for over 10 years, so they have their neural pathways in their heads that they're just. It takes a long time to unravel that. And in the
Yeah,
case
yeah.
of Mr. Miyagi out there, he's in his mid 60s.
Hold
I
on.
don't expect
I,
him
I
to break his stunt about that.
I just want to
Hmm.
get in here because your boy Pat is here, and he's in asking a question that I was going to ask you if you know about this. He says, "Did you see the latest tweet of Jeffrey Marsh?" And I can't, for the life of me, remember who that is.
I have no idea who that is either.
Um, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Uh, you're you're gonna have to tell me who that is. your boy Pat, he's such an awesome guy.
Okay,
Um,
cool.
love that guy. Uh, so yeah, tell me what we're talking about here because I can't remember it. Who is that guy?
Uh,
Anyway,
yeah, there's a few things in chat that I'm trying to remember that people asked, and if you want me to notice, please add me in the chat, then I can see it better. Murgood asked before, so no psychotherapy, you shouldn't go full transition. That's a very difficult line. Psychotherapy, you should definitely do. You need before getting a correct diagnosis. The actual process should be have a year of psychotherapy because due to lack of other tools, for example, a good psychotherapist has to rule out a ton of other mental conditions where people mistake to be gender dysphoric or just claim to be for attention or for escapism. Narcissists are very prone to this. People with borderline personality disorder are very prone to this. People with depression, schizoids, if you have someone with Munchausen syndrome, someone who pathologically lies about having conditions for attention, that is something. Are you being pressured into this? Is it hypochondria because you read so much online about this that you now believe you have it? Which is a problem for many autists. So I am autistic, but this is not how it went for me because I looked for everything that might tell me that it's not this, it's something else. Please be something else because I want another solution to this.
right.
But for many autists, it is that they get obsessed with the topic, and then end up believing they are this and they have to do this, and it's stupid. And it's usually not the most intelligent versions of autists. And I know of a social worker who has a case like this, and well, there's no way talking people like that out of it. And because the German healthcare system is broken in this regard, a person is probably going to get an okay for transition.
How is the German healthcare system broken? I mean, you got the greatest healthcare system in the world, right?
It's very corrupt. There are of course. Well, we have, well, like every system, every big system is very corrupt. What we have here is it's not a problem of the health insurances. Some are very conservative about this, and which I find a good thing. However, there are a lot of psychotherapists out there who just yank out diagnoses, and that is just malpractice. And currently we have I would call it a crisis. We have an exploding subset of psychotherapy specialists who do not have a full doctor, who open up practices, who work in clinics, and they are at best at the level of a housewife who wants a job on the side and does this to fulfill herself. And many of these have very esoteric beliefs. Most of them are women, of course. And it's currently the greatest subsector of medical specialists in Germany, and it's scary because they're not competent. They're not competent for this, and they're usually not emotionally mature enough for these kinds of jobs. Because if someone with an actual problem comes to you and you are not emotionally mature, that person's going to leave a scar on you, and you won't be able to help that person.
Right.
I've met so many therapists who do not even have a bloody clue about what to tell someone who has a depression. And, oh God. If you can't even do that, which is the stomach ache of psychological issues. If you can't even help people with that, just shut down your office and just stay at home and bake a cake or something.
Obviously, this is kind of a different level than what people are talking about in the United States, where you can't get treatment if you don't have coverage, and you have cancer.
Yeah, of course.
That's
Getting treatment when you have cancer in Germany. That's not a problem.
yeah. So it's on a different level.
So we have parts that are very awesome, and we have other areas that are just plain scary in how incompetent the people working in those fields are, and that is mainly psychological healthcare. There are
Right.
a few good people, no question. I've met a few. The vast majority is just scary incompetent, and some of those have psychological disorders themselves, and they should never have a practice. And that is true. That part
Yeah.
is true for the U.S. as well. It's
Yeah,
hard to
I'm sure
find a good
I'm sure
therapist.
that's true for every healthcare system. But um, when you say corrupt, that's a huge red flag, obviously.
Oh yeah,
That
that's a lot
that
of
that,
we have a lot of big pharma stuff where
that
meds are
has to be
pushed on patients by
yeah
doctors.
that has to be explained,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah. Okay, so
You,
that's one type of corruption is the big pharma makes contract with doctor pushes meds onto patients and therefore gets nice vacation,
right, but we have that too.
things like
So
that.
we're not any better in that regard. Obviously, it's really sick that they do that kind of stuff, but they
Yeah,
do.
yeah. Then we
They
have
just we have the exact. I'm sure we have the same system in that regard.
yeah, then
Like,
we
yeah,
have mental one.
doctors will get flown out to some fucking resort, and then they'll get, they probably have, even though we will never hear about this, there's probably hookers out there, and they'll just fuck those doctors left, right, and center,
Yeah,
and
yeah. Just
there'll
sell these
be
pills to your
unlimited
patients.
booze and everything they want, and then they fly them home, and it's like, could you please prescribe us this medicine, and you could come out next year.
Yeah,
You think they're going to do that? Yes, they are. They want to go back to the hooker island.
yeah, of course. And it's just here, sell these pills to your patients, even if they don't need them. And okay, so that does happen, and it shouldn't happen. And of course, there's laws against that. But
No,
corruption
that's why
happens.
we have the uh, um, fuck, I forgot what it was called now. But the um, opioid
Opioid crisis.
crisis in the all of these American states that have
Yeah,
the opioid crisis. Uh, that is not just something that happened because there were street dealers. That was doctors.
yeah, yeah. And I'm happy to have heard that there are more people speaking out against SSRIs in Germany,
Yeah,
the standard depression meds that are just plain useless for most people and cause way more harm than they help.
that's like Soloft and stuff, right?
I think that's they have different names here, but they're essentially the same problems products. Venlafaxine is one that was used here a lot, and it has side effects that, dude, I'd rather be depressed and suicidal than take that shit.
Right. That's probably the same.
I was tricked into taking that stuff, and I have permanent side effects from it, and it's not fun.
Yeah, that sucks balls, man.
Yeah, and I didn't
Yes.
need that shit. I was just in a crisis, but this stuff can't help you in a crisis. Even it takes a few weeks to even have an effect on you.
Yeah.
It's what kind of retard gives you a product for in a crisis that doesn't help you in a crisis, and then makes you dependent on it? It's just, it's
Well, I
beyond
mean,
malpractice.
you just want to go back to the nice island, I
Yeah,
guess.
I just stay in that crisis than be on that stuff. Holy shit. Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, other parts of corruption. The first clinic when this PTSD shit here happened. First clinic I got into because I had a very severe breakdown with flashbacks and all of that. I wasn't used to that yet. It was one of the first that were like that. I got sent to a clinic, and my God, they claimed to be, non-profit, Also, if I translate this directly into English, in Germany you can do a word trick with that where it doesn't sound so obvious. They claim to be non-profit, so they get tax exempts, and they claim to be for-profit at the same time. And in the flyer I saw, and I wish I had taken a picture of it, because it was just on one of these boards on the wall in that station, in that unit. That doesn't work. That's illegal. You can't be non-profit and profit at the same time.
Yeah, that sounds weird.
Yeah, and then the staff, many of them were completely underqualified. Some had mental issues. One of the nurses I had that was obsessed with me because I'm a trans woman, and she had this. She had the problem glasses. She had the red dyed hair, and she was dressed like a black sack of potatoes. Overweight. So she was your standard feminist cardboard cutout. She had definitely an obvious borderline personality disorder. She was obsessed with me. She refused to leave me alone. I wanted another nurse. She told me that's not possible. Dude, if necessary, I can reject a judge here. And so I can't reject a private nurse I am assigned because I can't deal with her. That sounds insane. Yeah, that one had a severe borderline personality disorder. And she couldn't take the rejection because, for one, there's a narcissistic part in that she can't take rejection. Secondly, she's the feminist. I'm the tranny. She, by definition of social justice, of her feminism, she must be my savior and we must be best friends because she's a feminist and I'm the tranny. And she's being rejected by the tranny. Her world broke apart twice in one. That she couldn't cope. And all the while I am suffering from severe PTSD, and she's not leaving me alone, and she's the abuser type of my trauma. Borderliners are part of that, and it's just you get to a clinic and you get to be surrounded and dogpiled by your abuser type.
Right.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Another one was definitely a sadist.
How does this work with your health system? It's like, where does people come from?
They come because these people come from a need for more staff in an understaffed subsection of the health sector that is overcrowded with people in need. We are in a mental health crisis. We don't have enough people, so the bar for quality for staff is lowered. And
so, what about, like, do you take in like your immigrants into that, or how does that work?
Of course. Well, not on staff, but as patients, they get, of course, treated.
No. I mean, as staff, like, wouldn't they be like, yes, let's train these guys?
I don't think that's gonna work. They need to know German first.
Right, but I mean, usually these kind of programs, they don't care about that. They just look at the sort of rose-tinted version of it, right?
Yeah, but it's not that extreme, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and so then there was the sadist, I think, and sadistic nurses are really, really something.
Nurse Hatchet.
Yeah.
If you know the reference.
She was that Cuckoo's Nest?
Yep.
Okay. No, a different way. But she was always mistreating patients, making fun of them when no other staff member was around. She was good at that. She had that completely figured out. And so eventually, she of course turned to me. And everyone was kind to me. Everyone was nice to me. And accommodating, and well, except for the borderliner. She was obsessive. Yeah, so everyone called me, and I wasn't even a year on hormones at the time. Uh, but everyone was nice, called me Miss, and all of that. And she, only when we were alone, always called me Mister. She did that deliberately. She wanted to get under my skin. I knew what game she was playing, so that didn't affect me. No matter how traumatized I am, that's not getting to me. And this is an important difference that you can please take note of to SJWs. My CPTSD, my complex PTSD, is very severe. I've been told by several people this is out of their league. And so when I get into these trauma states, and it's why it's so hard to find therapy for me. But all of this, even this deliberate bullying, this deliberate misgendering, that still doesn't get to me. Trauma-related stuff gets to me, but just explicitly trauma-related, nothing else. So all these SJWs that and have them breakdowns because you say the wrong word, they are not traumatized. They are hysterical. Yeah. It's completely artificial hysteria on their part, and because if they were traumatized, they couldn't be out there protesting or anything. They couldn't.
Do you think it's real at any point?
What
stuff?
What?
Like that they're so hurt by someone saying the wrong word?
In a way, I believe they are talking themselves in a delirium, into a psychosis, where they do believe that. Like you know these is it Pentecostals? Like these when religious people come together and they get so much into a ecstasy that they start having visions and feeling the Holy Spirit, and it's now in you and the demon is expelled. And right. that very same thing, but as a negative version. The inverse of that.
Right.
They get into a negative ecstasy where they talk themselves into, I was told this word, now I have to break down. This is why they're the fainting couch people. You know the fainting couch?
Fainting couch feminists, of course. We've all heard of that, I think. At least I have.
The commoner did not address me by my full title.
But that's kind of like what we think these people are doing, right?
That's what these pronouns are.
It's always about some word. Oh, you didn't say the right word. Oh my God, I'm gonna faint.
Yeah, it's
Jesus
like
Christ.
It's
just fainting couch stuff, and it's
not just that.
I wish it was the casting couch. That'd be nice.
Yeah, but this is what they insist we all do is learn their royal etiquette, because that's what this is. Yeah. The pronouns, their chosen pronouns, are their royal titles, and we are to always speak their full royal title.
The plebs, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do. And if we do not say the full royal title of the royalty in front of us with the gaudy dress, we are off with our heads.
So weird to me.
Then our heads have to be cut off.
Because all you have to do is earn it. All you have to do is just be like a nice person. And
how can you be a nice person when you have no personality?
Well, I have no idea, but I'm just saying for me, like, it's not really that I don't want to hurt anyone by misgendering them, unless they're fuckheads, then I'll do it.
How can you be a nice person if you are a narcissistic, antisocial, Machiavellian psychopath? Vengeful and jealous and greedy and sadistic. How can you be a nice person when this is what drives you?
Yeah,
that's the problem. What we see, what I've told people for a long time, and yes, it's what I kind of hate myself for not having forced myself onto YouTube before. Thank you to push me. um,
Yeah,
is because I've
you
said
should
this
have.
for years. I've said it for years. What
No, no, you should
socialism is.
you should put your channel in the chat so people can
Yeah, they can see
go there.
the one stream we did. um, what SJWs do and what they recruit the most and what drives them is antisocial people with personality disorders. They are
Mm,
driven by the core. The core of that movement is mentally insane. And if you look back, all the way back to, for example, the suffragettes,
right.
who were opposed by the suffragists, who wanted way more moderate things. The suffragettes, at their core, were already misandrist and power hungry, alone and childless. It's the same thing.
Right.
It's the
But
same thing.
here's another thing that people keep forgetting in this argument. They always do this. Like I just actually, you remember 2 days ago was Men's Day, like International Men's Day. I don't know
Yeah, yeah,
if you
yeah.
care about that, but
Well, I do know
uh,
it's a thing, and it mostly just triggers narcissistic women because what a day that's not about me.
yeah, pretty much. That was amazing. I posted something completely innocuous, like
I saw what the
uh,
UN posted, and I thought, what the fuck is wrong with you? We need to glass that institution.
sorry, what?
The UN on Men's Day posted an ad
Oh,
from
yeah. Yeah,
UN
yeah, yeah.
women
Yeah, 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 yeah.
that demeaned men.
Yes, yes, I saw that one.
Wow.
The UN on International Men's Day are like, yes, hi, men who support women. They were like the most out of touch thing they could ever be. They were basically like, hello, fellow youngsters. You know that meme, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is just this is. Hello, fellow socialists who undermine masculinity on Men's
They were,
Day.
they were like, oh my god, they're doing that thing. So yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah,
But they got properly ratioed and all that, so I guess that
that's
was
good to
okay.
hear.
Um, but anyway, I sent out a tweet that was like, oh, here's some statistic, like most men don't get custody, and you're if you're a man, you're this amount of times likely to get go to prison, blah blah blah. All those statistics, we all know those statistics, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
so I just posted those because I thought that's it's just fucking International Men's Day, right? Oh, you wouldn't believe how many butthurt feminists came in there, and every single one of them, like I think probably like 99% of them are like, well, that's a you problem.
Wow.
That's a you problem.
It's Men's
That's
Day.
a
Can we
you
talk
problem.
about prostate cancer?
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. It was like all these things were in my tweet, like uh, the fact that you got, yeah, cancer like that, and fuck, I can't remember exactly what I wrote, but um,
This is what I'm talking about.
it
This
was
is
all these weird things that just happen to men. If you get sentenced, you're gonna get sentenced about 2.5 times longer
2.5 times.
than if you're a woman. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's what the tweet was talking about. And if you're like 5 times more likely to commit suicide, and
Mm-hmm.
you're 10 times more likely to be killed just in murder, just being murdered. That's
Yeah.
You're 10 times more likely to be killed in plain murder.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, that's a you problem. That's a you problem, fuckhead.
Where's the gender
Uh,
parity here?
I mean, I guess I know feminists were gonna do that, but it's still fascinating. They just came in full force, and they're all like, "That's a you problem. That's
Yeah,
a you
yeah,
problem.
and that's
I don't care if like you get killed. Uh, we didn't get killed because obviously it's 90% less chance that we get killed. Jesus Christ, dude.
yeah, and they will. What they will instead say is that, oh my god, a quarter of all murders is women. That's too high. We need to do
Oh,
something. The poor women.
oh yeah, they twisted that around. Oh, there's so many women that did that. Like, yeah, okay, so most men that get killed are most men that or most humans that get killed are men. But what? How many men are trafficked? Huh? Huh? Like, okay, we're talking about people who die here.
Oh, well, they're not in pain anymore.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
guess that's the logic or something. I don't know.
It
Um,
has.
yeah, the thing is, this is what I'm talking about. These are all emotionally immature brats. They are stuck in a teenage mindset of maybe 16 years old. And they're not
Yeah.
growing past that because they do not have to. Nothing is forcing them to grow up. There is no limitation, no consequence that would induce this necessary jump to the next level of consciousness.
Yeah.
And there are women who do grow up. Thankfully, they're rare. If you find one, put a ring on that. It's my advice.
That's what I do.
Very good. Listen to Undoomed. Put a ring on that. There are. You don't need to go MGTOW. You just need to find the right. You just need to figure out
No,
which are the
no,
bad women to stay away from and which are the mature ones to stick with.
it's stupid to just go fucking MGTOW.
Yeah, they just gave up, and I understand why. I know a few people who just went from one abusive relationship to the next, and it's the same reason why women who were in an abusive relationship where they get beaten up all the time get from one wife beater to the next. It's the same
Right.
reason. They keep they were primed onto this one type of guy, this one personality with the traits that would give you away this is a wife beater. And then they get away from that, but they are primed on this type. So the next guy they fall in love with is that type again. So they get to another wife beat, and they get to another wife beat, and then they hate all men because all men are wife beaters. From their personal experience, their sample size is true. Their personal sample size is men are wife beaters. And
Right.
men, the people who end up going MGTOW, for example, they do the same thing with mentally insane women. They fall for a borderliner first, or a narcissist firsthand, and then they are primed on the borderline personality disorder and find that attractive because there are some physical markers and traits by which you can, with enough experience, you can tell, okay, that girl has borderline personality disorder. I will stay away from that. And what you
Yeah,
need to do,
you could probably tell that from the clothes.
not just that, they have they like psychopaths. They have something about their eyes. They have a very
Yeah, but no,
specific facial expression.
You can't teach that. You can't teach that, but you can probably teach them about the clothes.
Oh yes. Those are some more obvious giveaways. Certain types of tattoos are giveaways. Not all tattoos, certain types. How they are made.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. The facial expressions you learn with experience, and that is not an experience I would wish upon you.
No, but I mean that's not something you could write in a book. You can't transmit that knowledge.
You
It's just
can, but it's hard to learn it
no,
from a book. You can't learn it from a
you
book.
can't. You can't really expect anyone to take that knowledge from a book and
Yeah,
be
yeah,
like, yeah, oh,
exactly. It's like
I'm now immunized
I
from
tell you. So I'm autistic. I
Mm-hmm.
had big trouble reading faces and body language because autistic children don't look at people when they talk with them. So I never see what's happening. And so when I do this at, for example, 16, and I haven't done this for 16 years. So what I see is just you make weird movements, and what I get is white noise, because I never learned to decode any of that. That then stresses out, so I keep looking away. What I did eventually, for reasons that would go too far right now, because I'm already on 5 tangents at the same time, is I manually learned to read facial expressions, body language, to a degree. I'm not perfect at it, but I even learned to spot micro expressions.
All right. So how does that work?
Works.
Hold on. How does that work in terms of what we're doing right now? Because there are no expressions. We're just voices on a phone.
No, because we're exchanging information. That's something else. What normies do most of the time is not.
Does that help you, or?
To me, it helps, because autists tend to prefer exchanging information over making weird noises and body movements.
All right.
Because this is what
But
you.
I mean, that's the only choice here. We have nothing else.
Well, we could both turn on the camera, but then you would still not have a face.
Yeah, I don't have a face, so there's that.
Yeah, this
No,
is
but
the
I
thing.
mean, that's we have. It's just it's just our voice, and does that help you?
Yeah, of course, because autists are good at information exchange. But in order to figure out a manipulative person, you need to learn everything besides the information, the plain verbal information exchange. Because the plain verbal information that is, if you wrote it down in a text chat, that makes up about, what was it, 7% of human communication. Autists are primed on that. Non-autists are primed on the other 93%, which is body language, intonation, and facial nonsense, and all of this stuff. That is how they communicate. If you've ever had to, or you've seen it on TV, had seen this women at coffee and cake playing bridge, and then they take their kid there so that the kid has some gets some social exposure or something, and these women, they use a lot of words.
Yeah.
They talk a lot, but they do not say anything. What they do is doing the other 93%. What is in the 7% is completely irrelevant. They could make caveman noises. What they do is just all this emotional exchange and social bonding. There is no information that's being exchanged, not really. And this is also why they do not need, when they talk about their problems, if there would be information, if they talk about their problems in such a group, they will not get solutions, what a man would offer, because a man's pragmatic and has actual empathy. What happens in that group is that it's just, what they get is an emotional response of soothing, which is what they seek. And a mature woman would like the pragmatic solution, by the way. When you are an autist and have to sit in that room with these 3 or 4 women doing this, where you are stuck for 2 to 4 hours, and they babble and babble and babble and say nothing, because all you can register is the 7% of information exchange. All you hear is nothing and noises, but no information, because the other 93% are completely off to you. You can't, you either you do not even recognize them in the first place, or you can't pass them, and that is hell. This may be hell for men already, but on an artist, absolute hell.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to gauge, I guess.
Yeah, but this here is super for me. But if you want to learn about defending yourself against manipulative people, you have to learn these other 93%. Not necessarily to emulate all of that yourself. I think you do that naturally as you learn to pass it. But the first thing is you have to learn to see these things and understand what they mean. Part of that you do by copying it and trying it out yourself, which is what little children do. This is how they figure it out, and it just becomes intuitive for them. And for example, facial expressions, I learned to understand more by just copying the weird face I saw on someone, or usually in a TV show or movie, because that, if you are very self-aware, you can notice what making this face does to you. Like this effect where if you force yourself to smile, it makes you a little more happy because it gives you some endorphins, because it's a feedback loop system.
Right.
And this works with every other facial expression as well. So if you look really angry, you start to get a little more angry.
Right. They say that, like, the facial expression you put on, that's what you feel. That's kind of fascinating.
Yeah, and that's how I figured to learn which face is more likely to mean. Not 100%, but more likely. And that's also how you figure out what a sinister face looks like, or a mischievous face.
Right.
Those often look a bit asymmetrical. Like an asymmetrical smile is a very dangerous thing, if you see that. So if it's not someone who had an aneurysm, and they just can't, but if you say a normal person making an askew smile, and Biden did one in one of his speeches where he talked about voter fraud for half a second. And I thought, oh my God. There's a channel I can recommend here. That helped me a lot. She has a lot of free stuff. She has a webpage with paid content, but she does a lot of free stuff on YouTube. Her name is Body Language Ghost. And she does very nice analysis also of politicians and in court cases and all of these nice things like Trump, Kevin Spacey, Clinton, all of these fun little characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and or in criminal cases or something like that. It's very interesting, and this is I know more of this is used in U.S. Police investigations, and I am not familiar. I wish there was more done in Germany. To my knowledge, there's not much of this done here. But we have very nice police officers.
Yeah.
I strayed away from
Sure you do. They just
well, the left disagrees.
Beat your door down. That's all they do.
No, not really. And the left just spreads the lies they spread in the US, and here they are even more inaccurate than they are in the US. It's disgusting. Well, it's another topic.
You saw the thing that was all over Twitter.
I don't have Twitter. I killed my Twitter account in 2009. Go away. I like to keep what sanity is left of me.
So, like 2 days ago or something, there was this video from Germany that made all the rounds. There was apparently some sort of guy who was streaming.
Okay.
I have no idea who he is or where he was or where this was in Germany or whatever, but apparently he was streaming about, some, basically, I guess he wasn't doing the best thing, but he was doing some anti-mask kind of thing, right?
Oh dear.
And the police just beat down the door and came in and fucking put him on the floor, and they were like stormtroopers, basically. Like, those guys looked like they were the serious guys from Star Wars. That was stormtroopers.
Yeah, that was state policy enforcers. That's not a good thing. So yeah, I still have to see that. That sounds dark, and that is what people should be rightfully scared of. That because we have no free speech in Germany. It's been destroyed in 1986.
Apparently.
It's been destroyed in 1986 and then just made worse. They got they got their foot in the door with something that sounded virtuous, but it was just to get the foot in the door, and then it was salami tactics to get to the point where we are now, where you can't criticize things anymore that should be criticized.
Yeah.
So if I,
It's scary.
if for some reason my stuff takes off and I survive this trauma shit, I will at some point have Antifa before my door because I am a transphobic tranny apparently.
How does that even work?
It doesn't. This is such bullshit, dude. There is no. I think that the whole term transphobia is wrong in the first place, because people are, if anything, there are people who are not fearful of it. They have a disgust reaction, and that disgust reaction is understandable. People have that towards homosexuality. It's understandable. It's a natural thing. But that doesn't mean you will automatically hunt people down. It just means you do not want to partake in homosexual activity.
Right. It is kind of interesting if you're like, you should probably name it what it is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Newspeak, the point of Newspeak is to distort language so that it does what the ideologue wants it to become, and not what it is.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's why they insist that there be kids are being taught about racism in school, which sounds like a good thing, but then you bring in the next puzzle piece where they have defined racism to mean only white people do it to other people, and you can't do it to white people, and we define who white people are and who are not white people, and nothing makes sense. It's just all arbitrary.
Nothing makes sense anymore when
just all arbitrary.
When you get to that point. That is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I cannot believe how this is happening.
Yeah. There was one special about the very bad people who work in medical facilities here. One special nurse I want to mention. She was, I'd say, in her early 50s, late 40s.
Mm-hmm.
And she was on they transfer, because of all the shenanigans on this crisis station, they transferred me to a depression ward, and fucking hell, I don't have a depression. But this one nurse, they put everyone there. There were all sorts of things that didn't belong there. It's just very bad.
Right.
And that one nurse, she seemed to have some, I don't know if it was some regression disorder or something, or if she was just putting on an act, but she acted like she had the personality of an 8-year-old girl, of an 8-year-old ever happy girl. And this woman was in her late 40s, early 50s probably. She wanted to be the special nurse of everyone, and then you had your weekly talk with her, your weekly chat with her, that should be an hour, where you talk about your problems with her. And you were not allowed to mention anything negative with her.
Right.
You're on a depression station. There are some people who are suicidal. There was, and so the one thing she did was, that's too negative for me, and did a 180 and left the room after 3 minutes. That's one thing she did to me. And another thing she did with everyone was her other catchphrase, oh, why don't you look on the positive sides of this? Okay. All I knew, yeah, that is until you get to know the other patients and realize that okay, I know my shit. I wouldn't tell that to someone who goes through my shit. Another patient, she was there because she was just that was painful. She had 3 stillborns in a row.
Wow.
And then she gets that sentence.
Yeah.
Oh, why don't you look at the positive sides of this? Okay.
The positive side? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, it's just insane. It's absolutely insane. And every one of us who had this woman went to the head nurse and complained. And every one of us was told, no, all of my staff members are very good, A+. You are the only one who's complaining. So what eventually
Yeah,
happened, because
sure.
we all were so distressed about this shit, we eventually picked up on, oh, you have her too? Oh, okay. So what happened was we founded an ad hoc self-help group because of this nurse. And then we went to the head nurse in a group. All of us who were told, you are the only one who's complaining. So you're in a mental health clinic, and they gaslight you. And it's...
Yeah.
This is the standard.
That's not okay.
This is the standard, and I've had way more worse stories about this, and it's an endless odyssey, and it's not fun. And yeah, that's just one of the problems in the German healthcare system. And this specific clinic is it's just milking the patients. If you you're there for standard 6 to 8 weeks. If you are not making any kind of fuss, if you're not making any problems, you can stay longer. And if you do, they will just throw you out after that, because all they and they are not going to help you. I'll be
we got ScribeLight here.
Hello, ScribeLight.
Hello, people.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello. I'm artistically trying to finish a sentence, and it's messing with my head.
I empathize with the burden of being interrupted, so I will be quiet. You finish.
Okay. So if you're not nice, they will just throw you out after 6 to 8 weeks. So if you dare to complain about anything, if you don't, you can stay longer, and but they have no one capable of helping you with anything, and I don't think they had any intent of helping anyone, because they just wanted to keep their beds filled and milk the health insurance. That's all.
Of course.
And that's a problem in the German healthcare system.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah. So hello.
We gotta say hi to my buddy Scribe. How you doing?
Doing all right. Thanks for having me on this lazy Sunday morning, I suppose.
Yeah. You're always welcome. Obviously.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I've had a busy morning. I got up at the usual 4 a.m. that my body is trained to do now because of work, and then decided, well, I got nothing else to do, so I took a walk, went to the grocery store, vacuumed my apartment, and now here I am.
Yeah.
Hello.
Ta-da.
Hello. And now I'm in the center.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're in the center.
Okay.
You're getting butt fucked from all sides.
Oh no.
You're the white stuff in the Oreo cookie.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been having some serious conversations here, so I figured. Oh no! So I figured I'd bring you in here to just fuck everything up.
Oh, because I can't be serious? What?
No.
Jesus, all right.
I'm just fucking with you.
Shall I dance for you now? What do you want me to do?
Dance for me, monkey.
Oh no, that's somebody else. But no, I'm going to have a serious conversation later today. I'm doing a one of my brain melting TEDx analysis about what is it now? The revolutionary truth about kids and gender identity.
Oh no!
Oh, I just talked about it for hours.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Well, okay.
We've been talking about this for hours.
I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to be talking about it for at least 2 hours later on this morning. So
Yes.
we don't have to talk about it. That's what I'm going to be doing today. Willingly.
Oh, but if there's something to argue, I'm open. I love this topic, and now I hate it actually.
Oh, I have nothing to say on it until I get there. I go into these things blank. I do not watch them ahead of time. I just sort of MST3K them in an attempt to learn something, or at least have an idea of what the other side of the argument is.
Yeah, of course.
I mean that's awesome, except for the fact that MSTK always looked at them beforehand. But you're the honest guy.
Well, I mean, when I started doing the YouTube stuff, one of the things that I got a tendency to do very quickly was not watch other people's work on a subject before I did a video, if I was going to do one on that same subject or on that same thing.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because
That's
I don't
good.
want to. I don't want to have my brain. I don't want to accidentally or be accused otherwise of having taken somebody else's thoughts. So when it comes to
Right.
these things and everything else, I go into them blank. I try to get things that have just been published.
That is
Yeah.
exactly what I did too when I
Hmm.
was doing all these response videos and everything. I could not watch anything from the other guys,
Yeah.
obviously,
And-
because I would either parrot their thing, or if I did it unconsciously,
right.
then I'd be accused of it. But if I didn't watch it, it's like, no, I didn't watch it.
The
Fuck
collateral
off.
of that. Yeah, but the collateral problem of that is for me was once I started doing this more regularly, I made it a point, and then I just didn't even think about it, to stop watching the creators that got me into this in the first place because
Hmm.
I didn't want it. Like I said, I didn't want to be influenced by it. So, I mean, I haven't watched a Sargon video in
Hmm.
like of any note since his, except for all the election drama in like
Right.
3 years.
Right.
Like I mean, just all the people that sort of like inspired me to do this, and even some of my friends, I just like I don't want to be a repeat. I don't want to. I want to get my own thing. I want to make sure that I'm at least doing this as honestly as I possibly can. If somebody does accuse me of plagiarizing or that this other guy just said the thing, I was like, well, great minds think alike. What do you want?
And
Right. I
that,
mean, if you do that and that happens, then it happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the
Yep.
way it is.
and that's
Yep.
very elaborately put. Part of why I haven't watched Rose's stuff yet, and why I haven't watched other trainees on YouTube in years. Part of that
Right.
is that because I still want to see how much my own take works in contrast. Because if that all just falls apart and I just ascribe to someone else's or just auto copy that, then I lose my own my own thought process.
Yeah,
Right.
I was thinking about this morning when I woke up and I was pondering my schedule for the day and I was going to do all this and I started thinking, I wonder, because I'm my own worst witness at these things. I think most of us are. How much have I changed as a person or my perspective or whatever since I started doing this? Because I started thinking like, well, how have I developed? Well, I'm more comfortable hearing my own voice now because I have to, edit videos and things. I'm more
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm more comfortable speaking at least contemporaneously on different things in a group setting, that kind of deal.
Mhm.
But yeah, and to your point. I can at least say that everything to now, that's not to say I can't be influenced by other people's opinions or other people's analysis, but for the most part, on the subjects I cover, on the topics that interest me, I know for certain that 90% of what I think about them comes from my own imagination, my own analysis, my own sense of what is and isn't. So, in that, there's a level of, and I love this word, authenticity. Everybody loves using that word lately, but at least I can
Yeah, yeah,
apply
yeah.
it appropriately. So yeah, it has been one of those things where it's like I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything by not watching the people that I used to. It almost feels, although part of it feels like a betrayal, like I'm not supporting them anymore or something.
But here's the thing: like, how can you even do it now
Hmm.
when YouTube don't even send out notifications?
I mean, I know that works, and so I could make the rounds and just check out people's channels to see what's up and all that kind of thing. But
Right, but before, like, we go back like 3 months or whatever, you used to get emails
yes,
every time I was sitting here and I was working and everything, like, and then there's an email like, oh, he uploaded a video, and like, if I'm interested, I'll
yep,
click it.
yeah,
Now nothing. I
yeah.
have no idea who's uploading anything anymore. I don't know.
Well, that's
Who
why
the
we tell.
fuck is who the fuck is uploading? I don't know. If as far as I'm concerned, everyone has stopped uploading because I don't get notifications.
Well, that's why we tell our audience every night on the show. We say, if there's a content creator that you like, you have to share it. You have to tell people. You have to tweet it. We tell them you are our best algorithm because YouTube and these other places, they don't really do that anymore. And
Right,
so, really, it's just word of mouth. That's really your only tool if you want to get any kind of notice, if that's your concern.
right.
Yeah, YouTube is
And
cut.
crazy.
YouTube has cut off so many. And did you see their new terms of service the other day?
Yeah,
Couple.
like,
Yeah,
even if you're not monetized, they'll monetize your ass.
right. I was just like, so some tiny little channel gets that one video, the cute cat, whatever it is, and it goes viral, it gets a million hits, and that channel still doesn't qualify for partnership because it doesn't have the subscribers necessary.
Yeah.
But YouTube will monetize it, sure, and take all the money, and the channel may never qualify to see any of it. And by the time that they do, if they ever do, most of it's gone.
That
It's
that is even under U.S. law that will face court fun because
well, you see,
that is illegal.
No.
the thing is,
No, 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 no. They're
no.
these companies are above the law.
Well, here's the thing. That's how YouTube used to do it. And when in the early days of YouTube, they monetized things before they had partnership programs and everything. So this is actually a regression back to a former policy. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know at this point in the evolution of things whether or not this will become a problem for them. I'm certain somebody will do something if it comes up. I mean, first you have to have an active example of it where somebody who isn't a partner gets cheated out of some significant amount of money.
Being traditional or based on precedents does not necessarily mean legal.
No, and I understand that, but the thing is, unless or until somebody brings a case to trial, or there's some blatant violation of existing law, so it's their platform. They can put ads on anything that they want, technically.
I'm not necessarily against that. I think they should. I personally, I think they should put ads on everything, and that's how they should run it. So whenever those fuckheads from Washington Post comes up there and it's like, why is there an ad on this? They could just say, well, we put ads on everything. What are you talking about? That's what I'm hoping they're going for. Probably they're not that smart though, so they're probably just gonna fold the minute the Washington Post comes knocking. But
well, the Washington Post already partners. You see, this is the thing. It's only going to affect those channels that aren't already partners. If you're a partner and you have ads on your videos or something else, you get your share. Google gets theirs. There's no complaint. It's only going to come down to like Joe Schmo.
Do you understand what I mean? Like, because this is what caused the apocalypse, right? Because they dove and they just could not cope with the shit that was going on with what's his name, PewDiePie, right?
Yeah, PewDiePie and the whole Nazi thing.
Right. They were like, oh my god, now we have to demonetize all these channels. That's when they implemented this whole system for monetization and demonetization. They should have never had that. The entire thing should have just been, can we show this video or not? If we can show it, then it should be monetized. As simple as that.
Yeah.
If we cannot show it, then it should be deleted.
Or
Delete
have
the fucking thing.
Have some system where, like, if I produce a particular kind of content, I can elect to put myself into some category where ads that are relevant to something that I do will show, but ads that aren't. So, General Mills doesn't have to have their cutesy cereal commercials on the gun training channel or something, right? It's just something like that. So it's more content specific. And why wouldn't you want that in the first place? Now you kind of have that because the algorithm plugs ads on.
Sure, but you're missing the point. The point is that they shouldn't have to bow down every fucking time. They should just be able to say, like, we put ads on everything, asshole.
Yeah.
Every time the Washington Post comes up there and like, why are you putting ads on this guy? They should just be able to say, we put ads on everything.
Well, but they don't have the spine to do that. They're
I know, but that's the way they should have started it. So the naive hope that I have is that maybe they're doing it now, but yeah, it's naive.
YouTube and Google are so caught up in the oppression Olympics and showing off just how good they are and kowtowing to the most reactive forces. Yeah, there was a time where it's like advertisers were just robotic, soulless machines, and it said, no, we make money. That is it. And they didn't care, and it had become an issue. It's like, remember the what was it, the Married with Children thing, where like there was that mothers group who like boycotted the show, and the people who ran that show were just like, this is the best advertising ever, and they just went with it. Or that protein. No. Yeah, a more recent example, Protein World a couple of years ago, where they had that "Are you beach body ready?" and then they got all that flack from people like, "That's body shaming," and they were like, and they were like, "Cool your tits," and they just kept doing it. Yeah, there's no bravery against the small outrage mobs anymore. It's like the most recent example, Target. So there was that book that lady wrote about the dangers of introducing the idea of transgenderism, and I mean maybe you already talked about this, to small children. One person complained on Twitter or something, and Target
Oh
took the book
yeah.
off the shelves. And
Oh
it's just like,
yeah. Oh
give
yeah.
me a fucking break. Or did you hear about just as one more?
One person.
One,
One person complained.
the really one person one was Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So some game quote unquote journalist complained after writing a story. They said, I didn't put this in my story, but there's this language in this description of this character. Like all the characters have these little biographical things you can click on or whatever.
Right.
And this one described their backstory as their face was burned in by these guys, and now they're scared to show their face, and this causes them anger, and this is why this person acts this way. And this one
completely natural
nutball,
thing.
yeah, well, exactly. And what's one nutball on Twitter's like, talking about facial integrity that way is offensive, and I really wish you guys would take it. And they were being serious, and immediately the Ubisoft guys were like, we hear you, and we'll make a change in the next patch. I'm like, oh, for God's sake. One person, and even like the next day he said, it's amazing to think that my voice did so much. Like, oh God.
It's amazing to think that your voice did so much damage, you fuckhead.
Well, it's the company's fault. It's not that guy's fault. He can complain all he wants, but the company bowed to it immediately for no good reason, and impugned upon the integrity of the artists that went into that, the storytelling. If you're going to bend over backwards every time somebody has a problem with one thing that you did and you're going to have to change it all, what's the point of even doing anything?
I don't get it. Like,
and
if it were like 100,000 people, but it was just one guy.
Yeah, and as I told you, there's simply not enough of us, and of those even less that speak up for understandable reasons against these lunatics. So all these companies see, even if they might not agree with the ideology, it's all they see. The complaints is all they see.
Crazy.
I don't understand. Like, what is the risk? Like, okay, in the Valhalla example, okay, this guy complains. Guy complains about some text on one character in a gigantic game he finds a problem with. Okay, okay, and this is what I try to do with the videos that I say. Okay, I'm going to try to put myself just for a moment. I'm going to stipulate that this is a problem for Ubisoft. This is a problem for the game Valhalla. Why? Okay, well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, I'm trying to look at it from their perspective. Like, okay, is the risk of a online hate mob cancel scandal, is that a bigger risk than just changing the text ultimately to the bottom line? And given how things have flowed lately, I can't necessarily fault them for that calculus, even if I, in a rational way, think it's absolutely ridiculous. Is it going to cost them more hassle to ignore those complaints than it is to patch out a few words of text?
Of course it is. If it's just one guy, what are you talking about?
Well, that's the thing. It starts off with one guy, and then if they tell this person no, or they ignore it, or the thing becomes a fire, then it becomes a whole movement. And that's the thing. It's like we've seen other examples of the cancel culture stuff really do damage. Even if everybody who's rationally on the majority says, "Da fuck," the companies react to the immediate wildfire of it, and they can't tell if it's a big deal or not.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's actual damage. That just means they reacted before.
Well, I don't know. I mean, most companies that get attacked like this, they're never going to tell us like how much damage a cancel movement did to their product at the bottom line.
What could it possibly do?
Well, game sales. If game sales drop,
but who the fuck is going to go out on Twitter and look at some woke thing and say, "No, I'm not going to buy that game"?
Well, I don't know.
But it's the inverse seems to be true. If you kowtow to these perpetually offended people, you break your product in a way that you do hamper your game sales, while the games journalists and the people who follow this ideology are not the audience that buys the product in the first place to a relevant margin. or any
Right.
margin. If we look at other industries like comics.
Sure, but I mean, okay, so just go with me here for a second. The whole games. This example, the games journalism thing and kowtowing to the loud few versus the market has been going on for at least recordably, let's say, the last 6 years. Okay, since Gamergate. Okay, let's just draw the line there. So there's been 6 years of data on how these things affect game sales in some way, shape, or form. There's got to be people who track this stuff, who look at it. So and again, maybe I'm just giving too much credit where credit is due here. But if we're talking about a corporation whose only concern is the bottom line, there must be some logic behind the scenes that we just don't know about, where they're like, it makes more sense to react to this guy's one complaint on a text thing in the game than it is to just ignore it or outright say nothing's wrong with the game.
Is it
No,
maybe
I
just...
don't agree with that.
You don't think so?
No.
Because I'm trying to rationalize it like, okay, the emotions aside, the intelligence aside, if it comes down to just the bottom line, there's got to be something there that makes sense, right?
There's the problem is that it's his buddy working there.
What do you mean?
His buddy is working at that company, so he's going to get his will. It's not that the company will lose anything. It's just his guy is working there. You know what I mean?
Well, in this example, I don't know if the journalist knew people there or anything.
I would see something...
Journalists knew.
Well,
they
yeah, I know it's a loose
people.
term.
They know people. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but I could see something more innocent, like just the absolute tradition to pandering to the complaining customer.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's good PR too sometimes. I mean, if you do address a customer's complaint and it is a legitimate complaint, then it's good PR. It's like, okay, you care about the customer, that kind of thing. I guess maybe the bar for what qualifies as a legitimate complaint has been so skewed by what's been going on the last several years.
Yeah.
Maybe they still hope that somehow this demographic will catch on and buy their stuff after all, which doesn't seem to happen.
Yeah, that's kind of a simp kind of feeling.
Oh, I'm not justifying it. I'm just trying to figure out, okay.
Same here.
Even if I don't agree with it, what would be the rationalization for doing stuff like continuing to do stuff like this, since we've seen what the outcome has been the last several years?
Yeah, exactly. I can't figure it out either. It's crazy.
Maybe it's the companies have Stockholm syndrome.
Well, I don't think it's that simple, but that's an attractive explanation for it. But
well, in the case of Ubisoft, I know that the senior management of that company had a big to do recently with a whole bunch of allegations of harassment and mismanagement at the top, and a whole bunch of
God.
A bunch of stuff that wasn't necessarily taking place in the team that actually made the game for Valhalla, but the people who actually run the company have been very, I guess, on edge about complaints or anything that might drift into woke violations of societal law or something. So maybe that's it. I don't know. I'm not quite
well, I mean, yeah, obviously those guys are gonna get fucked, but that really doesn't have anything to do with the game.
I know, but I feel worse for like the people like put all. I mean, how many years and how much artistry and how much effort went into making that game and crafting all those characters and the storytelling and everything else. And one, yucklehead comes along and says, "I don't like the fact that you made like facial integrity kind of a thing that has to be shameful or whatever." What?
Yeah.
It's a character. It's part of the. It's a fake person. Do you think there are people out there that don't have injuries, that this is a human reaction? What the? It's a Viking game, for God's sakes. You go around and you chop people with an axe and you take things and pillage. I mean, what?
I find the language to describe that condition to be... This is such utter newspeak. George Carlin would have... I don't know. He would... I sometimes wonder if George Carlin would still have words for what is happening right now.
Oh God, I miss Carlin and miss Hitchens.
Yeah.
Hitchens would be having a field day. He would have had a field day the last 4 years, and oh man.
He would be telling us, "I told you all of this 30 years ago."
Yeah, exactly. He's like freaking prophet or whatever. Speaking of newspeak, have you heard the phrase? And I've heard this a lot lately. criminal legal system.
What?
What?
In replacement of the phrase criminal justice system, oftentimes now I'm hearing people say criminal legal system because, as you see,
my God.
there is no justice.
Oh my God.
What's the difference? I don't get it.
So the thing is that there's this series of essays that have been promoted by Colin Kaepernick, and I know, anyway, it's a series called Abolition for the People, and it's all these different quote unquote academics and activists and things doing individual essays in this big project, talking about the different aspects of getting rid of police or getting rid of prisons or what kind of reform could be done and all this. And there's a couple of phrases in there, and I've gone through like 5 or 6 of these now on my channel, and there's a couple of phrases in there that I had never heard of before. The first one is the word carceral. They call it about the carceral state. And what is a carceral? Well, it's anything having to do with prisons, like incarcerate, carceral. So the carceral justice system or the carceral
Can we
state,
keep the neologisms to the German language, please?
No. We have to innovate. We're Americans. We borrow from everywhere. We're the Puff Daddy of culture. Come on. Okay. So anyway,
there are certain cultures you don't need to borrow from.
That's probably true. Anyway, so you got carceral is one word. But the other thing is that constantly used by all these different people in several different essays now. And the other day, and the weird thing was, and the only reason I bring this up is because there was an interview. I was listening to the radio the other morning because I do that when I get up in the morning. And there was a news person interviewing some professor on racial justice and such. And that was the phrase he used and kept putting in there. He was like, the criminal legal system does this. The criminal legal system. I was like,
yeah, that's news to me, man.
Yeah, and so I'm like, I know it's a small thing, but whenever I hear
it's not a
new
small
turn
thing.
of phrase, I get a little suspicious. So
this is a
instead
giant
of being criminal,
thing.
So taking away the word justice from the criminal justice system is to imply that there is no justice, and not only that, but the legal system is criminal. The way that it's emphasized.
It also implies a second thing, which is that legalizing criminality.
Possibly so. I just found it an interesting new turn of phrase that's being used by more and more people.
It's all newspeak.
So I just wanted to bring that up because when it comes to newspeak, I was just like, that's my most recent experience in someone's trying to reshape the language again, as we've seen so many times before.
Yeah, and what I've seen them do, since this is about criminality and incarceration, what this implies, together with where they want to imprison, re-educate, brainwash all the Republicans. So they get to be imprisoned, they get to gulag. But all the criminals don't, because they're just victims of circumstance. This is the exact same mindset that was present in the Soviet Union. Real criminals are victims of circumstance, but thought criminals who criticize the system, who are against our wonderful socialist ideas, our socialist religion, they need to be locked away because they are dangerous.
Yeah, this is the whole thrust behind.
It's the same thing.
I've done a lot of videos on this too. The restorative justice theory, wherein a crime is not a crime. It is a dismantling of relationships. It is a breakdown of relationships. That's what crime is. And so what you do is, well, you see, imprisoning people doesn't solve it. What you have to do is you have to bring the community together and the person responsible for the crime so they can go through it and hash it out. I mean, it's the same theory that you would apply in like an elementary school, where it's like, okay, shake hands and part as friends kind of thing. Okay. And when you're just a kid, when you're just learning about how to interact with people and depending on, of course, what's going on, that might make sense. But as they keep pushing this restorative justice stuff, it's like, and that all feeds into the whole abolishing prisons, abolishing police, because now we can't trust the state to deal with crime, and crime in the first place is just a result of a breakdown in relationships. So what we need to, and I'm just like, what are you talking? What do you do with the next Dylan Roof? What do you do with the next Ted? How do you find the next Ted Bundy if you have no police?
Nothing.
How do you detect him in the first place? What would if they said something to the effect of, from third-degree misdemeanors and down, restorative justice, diversionary programs may be an option. I'd be like, okay, depending on what the circumstances are, I could see a diversionary program or something other than jail for someone who's caught with drug paraphernalia on them. Okay, fine. But they never seem to set that line. They seem to say that everything needs to be taken out, all the police, all the prisons. And what do you do with the serial rapist? What do you do with the Bernie Madoff? What do you do with the Ted Bundy? What do you do with the Dylan Roof? Oh, like,
Yeah,
driving me nuts.
for believing that all men are rapists, they surely are very lenient with them now, suddenly, where they think they are in power. And what they are just against this justice system, because it's not the socialist ideology system. They will build their own, they will have their own prisons, and they just wanted to replace everything with their own rules. And what they will do with psychopaths is they just say, where did I hear this? I heard someone make this point. Yeah, they just want them to give them therapists and social workers. The psychopath does not profit from a therapist or social workers. A psychopath has a dysfunctioning brain where there is no conscience. That's why they are remorseless and keep doing the shit they do. And they will never stop because it's not there. Those people you can only lock away after they've shown, okay, they don't have themselves in check. There are some psychopaths who can they figured out that they came to the conclusion that if I hurt others, that's bad for me.
Hold on, you haven't considered Afropuffs.
What? Afropuffs? Is that some snack?
No, that's a haircut.
Okay, Undoomed, how long have you been doing this? I don't even know how long you've been on the air for this.
About 4 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
Are you getting enough sleep lately? You all right?
Yeah. I'm very... No.
Yes. Is the word we're looking for inebriated by any chance?
Well, it sounds a little, but that's usually okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought about adding the whiskey, but...
Yeah, no, I do Dr. Pepper and whiskey for my...
I'm just thinking... I'm just surprised you haven't heard about that.
What's that, Afro Puffs?
Yeah.
Oh.
You should usually keep on top of things.
What, like just afros? Okay, yeah, I guess I don't know what an Afro Puff is.
All right. Well, that was just like a huge fucking thing that happened this last 24 hours.
Oh, no. I don't know. Tell me about the Afro Puffs.
Well, the Afro Puffs was just some game where, there's... I don't even know what the fuck game it was. It was some sort of... probably PlayStation or something that I don't give a shit about.
Oh, the Animal Crossing thing with the hairstyle deal?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
okay. I didn't have any context for I didn't know what the name was. I saw this going around like the two little poofy things on the sides of their heads.
Everyone lost their freaking mind because the character had like two puffs and it was like, all right, whatever, and people were like, no, that's racism. That's racism. That's just fucking Afropuffs.
You can't have my hair. That's my hair. Go away.
Other people would be like, no, that's Japanese people have like buns, for fuck's sake.
Right, yeah, Princess Leia, come on.
Princess Leia's got buns. Everyone's got buns. All these fucking things going on, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, is this what we are now?
Well, yeah, I don't know what is it going to take. I honestly don't know. I think we broke through the limits of what I thought was possible 3 or 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it's going to take before people finally say, "This is stupid." This
it's not going to happen.
It's just stupid. No, but what? It boggles my mind. I think my friends, everybody that I used to hang out with in my real social life. It was like a flip was switched sometime around 2014, 2015. All of a sudden, everybody suddenly became very, very woke. And I know I hadn't changed a lick from when I was hanging out with them and joking about things all the time. But now I think about the kinds of conversations, the kind of jokes, inside jokes we used to have. If I brought up that to any of those people now, and I know for a fact, I would be a rape apologist, a racist, a white supremacist, a Trumpist, And I'm like, what happened? Why are we here? And how the hell
and
did
you
it
and
work?
you hold on, and you used to have like nice conversations with these people, and everything was fine, or
Yeah, well, I mean, we were all friends. Like we had several people in our circle, or what do you want to call it, who were Jewish, and
uh-huh.
they would make oven jokes all the time, and we'd be like,
Okay,
ha ha ha, it'd be like no big deal, like whatever,
right.
and that kind of thing. And now I just think about, I've seen some of the things they've been saying on Facebook. I don't go to Facebook that often, but when I do, I just think this person used to sit in a kitchen with me and make oven jokes about their own ancestors, effectively.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And now they're telling everybody that this is offensive, that's offensive. You can't say that anymore. It hurts people to do this. The damage you're causing. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
Right.
What?
I had exactly the same experience about the same time. Ever since then.
Yeah, the switch
Right.
was flipped. Something I don't know. Somehow I dodged it or something. And I'm not saying. And let me make it clear. I'm not saying I'm somehow like morally superior or smarter than somebody or whatever else. But
No,
somehow
of course not. Of course not.
I didn't catch the bug. And so I'm looking at all this, and I'm like, what? I feel like I'm half the time. I feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone episode.
No, but I mean, I went through this 2014.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I started my channel, so I know exactly what you're going
Yeah.
through. It's just that's why got my channel going, because obviously these people are exactly the way you're describing them in my life, and I can't say anything because then I'll be fired.
Yeah. No, it was.
That's the
Yeah.
exact reason why I started doing anything on YouTube, and I didn't expect anyone to listen to it, but I just had to vent.
Yeah, and that was what happened to me. I had one last conversation, quote unquote, on Facebook. Somebody had said, I'll never forget this. So this person posts this short, like a paragraph story where, like, I went to get my blood drawn today because of XYZ, and I got no conversation with the nurse. And at that time, there was one of the riots going on. I forget which one it was. And
Mhm.
I mentioned something about being stressed out about the riots, and the nurse said, yeah, that's a lot of problems over just a couple of traffic tickets. And I got mad because it wasn't about traffic tickets. And then the nurse said, oh, well, whatever it is, I just don't like it. And that was the end of the conversation. And then somebody swoops in and says, that nurse was obviously showing off her racism. Da, 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 and had this like wall
What?
of text explaining why that nurse had said what they did. First, not knowing the details of the situation, and then immediately dismissing it. It was all this, and I just came in. And the person that
Oh.
said this, the person that gave this wall of text was someone I'd known for a decade. Okay, he had been my best friend at one point, if you could qualify it like that. And I
Mhm.
just asked, what about what the nurse said was racist? That's all I asked.
Right.
Literally verbatim. That's all I asked. The wall of text, one sentence in that story with no other information about what the nurse looked like, even their gender or anything. Just that was it. And I got another wall of text explaining again how this, and I said, no, what was it the nurse said that was racist?
Mhm.
And by the end of this, I was a racist. I was a white supremacist, and people that were elsewise in my circle of former friends now swooped in to tell me how my willful ignorance of the obvious blah 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 was indicative of this, that, and the other. And within one Facebook conversation, a decade worth of friendships and relationships amongst several people gone, just gone. It's like, I don't even know who I'm talking to anymore. What the hell is going on?
Yeah,
It's crazy.
it's the way I describe it. I think Tim Pool phrases it a little differently. It seems like collective paranoid psychosis. It's paranoia. They see the racism everywhere, like the number 23. Did you know that number 23 is everywhere?
Oh yeah.
Right.
It's like when I learned the name of a friend of mine, the first name, and I never noticed that name ever before. It's a Polish name, and then ever since then, I keep seeing that name in the credits of every movie I watch. I never noticed that name ever before. So they're primed on seeing something, but they're primed in a way that they see something where nothing actually is. They're primed on a phantom, and because they're told that the lack of something is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit hard to put into words. You're probably better at that already. Yeah, but they see all that, And since you dare question that, and they may not have the articulative capability to even explain their position in any sane, grounded fashion. I mean, at least you did get a wall of text. There may have been some attempt at it, but they'd still try to explain that the Illuminati are after them when there is no real evidence of that. It's that.
It's partially as well. It's sort of. I've thought about this like back when I was listening to Hitchens way before all this stuff happened. When his book "God Is Not Great" came out, and he was debating all the religious figures as part of that book tour, which was. Now I didn't agree with Hitchens on everything he ever said, but watching and listening to him confront these religious ideas and these religious proposals and break them down was one of my biggest inspirations. But one of the things I found out as I listened to that, because I didn't really pay attention to that stuff to that point in my life, is that as he whittled through all of their claims and argumentation and stuff, I thought what it must be like to move through the world, really believing that to be the case, interacting with other people in that way, assessing people or situations with that mindset. What if you had to confront the possibility, like really confront the possibility that your entire life, your entire perspective on the world has been based on nonsense? And not only that, in the process of doing what you thought was correct, you've actually been harming people. You've actually been the bad guy. Could someone's ego allow them to even entertain that notion? And most people, I don't think so. And so, what do you do? What's the response to that? Doubling down.
Yes.
Because otherwise, you're the bad guy. So that's the only thing I can think of when I read those blocks of text. Those continual attempts to try to convince me that what I wasn't seeing was really there because they knew the secret. Otherwise, I assume everything else that they've done or said in the last year or two prior to that would have to be looked at as you are the biggest asshole in the world.
yes, and this is what happens to big religions. This is what happens to political cults. This is what happens to cults in general when people fall into that. This happens in abuse stories that end in gaslighting by everyone, all of your friends, all of your family. Gaslight you that the thing that was done to you couldn't have happened because they knew the person that did it to you, and that was always such a nice person, so nothing can have happened to you. And this is the process behind this is the same. That is that. And my personal story, where I got my CPTSD from, functions exactly like you just described. There are the actual abusers at the core, the manipulators. There are the flying monkeys who buy into it, who simp for the abusers, and there are good people. People I still believe are good people at heart, but who cannot, for the sake of it, accept the fact that they were manipulated, that they were deceived, and that they were brought to do horrible things to someone they called a friend for years. And the only way to deal with that is to then cut all contact, like a cult. Because accepting that they were manipulated and deceived means that not just everything they did, all the time they spent was wrong, and maybe that would then lead to all of their social circles falling apart. And well, what do you want to choose? The one person you harmed, or the group of people that make up your life?
Right. Now you can't escape it once you've built your life around this thing to the point where it defines you. It creates the whole social network of support that you actually have. Yeah, like I say, like a cult, like a church, like Scientology or something, once it encompasses everything about you, how do you escape that?
Yeah, and in the social justice groups that I've known, it's in these cells, these little networks, there's always some sort of cult of personality going on. There's always someone who pulls the strings, and it's not a nice person.
And the thing is, it's like after, and I got really interested in cults and things a long time ago. I read several books and things on Jim Jones and Jonestown, and watched the documentaries. And you see these people, and it's like these almost to a one. Everyone joined these things with the best of intentions, and we know what good intentions lead to. But all the same, most of them were just good people wanting to do good things in the world, not wanting to harm anybody. So when I saw my friend on this Facebook thing saying all this stuff, and I saw the results by the end of it, where all these people came in to defend him and turn me into a villain for asking a one-sentence question to a block of text. I was, hurt, but at the same time, I feel so much sympathy. If that is the situation that they're in, if they are caught in this mental box where it's either I admit that I am a bad person, or I go along with the fantasy that I'm doing truth, justice, in the American way.
Right.
I don't know that I could blame them for wanting to escape to the easier path of just continuing the fantasy. It doesn't make it good. It doesn't make it something that I want to see perpetuate, but I can't.
It requires a ton of strength to go against that, to untangle the brainwashing around you. You need you need a crushing epiphany for that.
And you also need the ability to exist independent of everybody else. And I think that's one of the other things is that we're so.
And that's why they target let's say, I don't want to say psychologically, but emotionally weak people. People that don't have much of a spine, and then they rot together. And
well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be targeted though, because I mean,
well, it's a drift. There's a drift happening.
Well,
it's a natural thing.
What's in the heart of every one of us? We all want to be the good guy, right? We all want to be the hero. There's a natural inclination for most of us to want to do the good thing. We all think about that. And in the absence of a real enemy these days, in a time of abundance, where do we go? Especially if you're young, where do you go to find purpose and a sense of a direction and a sense of, I don't know, heroism? I mean, we're surrounded by superheroes, and this is an easy way to do it. You don't have to work that hard to be a good guy according to the zeitgeist, except that it's poisonous, it's divisive, it's regressive. You just don't see it because it's all cloaked in goodness. And so I don't, and this is the thing I come out with all the videos that I do, and I don't believe the people at their core are being intentionally bad or malicious or insidious or anything. Some are, don't get me wrong, some are for their own gain and everything else. But for the most part, I just, when I watch these TEDx's and I watch these, I stay away from the TEDx youth stuff. I've done a couple, and I'm just like, these are just kids. These are kids that have been brainwashed. When I see people who comport themselves as the professionals, as the experts, as the educators, as the business people, and I see them spouting off this nonsense.
So how did it work with your strike though? Did they take that away?
Oh, the TED strike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there was a content match or something, and eventually got completely taken away. So, because I mean, the way I put my videos, my live streams together, there's no way you could argue it's not transformative, because it was a 9-minute TED talk with an hour and a half of broadcast around it. So it doesn't make any sense. And doesn't happen that often, thankfully. I'm actually kind of surprised. I've done tons of these now, and like I haven't had a TED hasn't tried to copyright my stuff in like a year. So. Right. But anyway, I can't help but have a certain level of empathy, sympathy, because I think there, but for the grace of God, go I. I've always been a very lonely kind of guy. I've always had my emotional issues. I've found myself drawn into social circles before because the idea of not being alone was more attractive than maintaining my sort of personal integrity. To a certain extent, but it's never quite stuck, thankfully. So I never fell into the cults of personality. I kind of shied away from people who seem to want to give me all the answers, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I say, I came close a couple times. I can see where that's coming from, and I could only imagine, and I've seen it happen to people that I know, if you buy in totally. So I don't lack sympathy for the people that do this, and I think you have to have a little bit of it. Like, I want to understand where they're coming from, even if I don't agree with it, even though it is constantly becoming mainstream thought, and that is really terrifying to me.
Yeah, and
Really
then
perfect. And I don't know what the solution is. I don't know what the answer is except to,
we have to figure
yeah,
that out.
well, for my part, a lot of people said, oh, the skeptic thing is all dead because everybody's done those videos and they're bored of it. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't consider myself part of that old group, but I mean, as far as the genre is concerned, criticism, response videos, and things like that. What else do you have? What else do you have these days to try to push back against it? I don't know, and I don't even know what the better solution would be.
I don't know either.
Yeah, and
That's
as
a funny thing.
I don't know
Yeah.
if this was clear enough, but I do not hate everyone in my story, and there are people that I just, because I know they were either just used or were just too weak to accept what was really going on. Even that they had the evidence before them, everything, and but then they just they get and they feel that there were people who tried to talk with them, the better people, and they responded, if so they do not want to talk about it, of course. They do not want to be reminded of it ever, and it doesn't sound like I was told that when they asked, they don't sound angry or anything. So, there's some tension there, of course, but it sounds more like panic. It's like because what I think is going on is that there's a tremendous amount of cognitive dissonance going on in those heads.
Sure.
Because you have these enormous mountains of evidence, or just really pieces you just cannot refute, but you have this worldview that you fear crashing if that piece of evidence ever comes into contact with this world map in your head.
Yeah.
And there is a few things, very few things, as horrible as what I know to be called a psychic death. That is when your whole world map crashes and you have to build it from scratch.
Yeah, self-realization,
that is
having to vilify a portion of yourself once you start realizing that you've been doing something ridiculous or harmful. Like I say, I can't imagine.
And those people, I hope, I wish, if I was a religious person, I'd probably even pray. I wish the better people there, all the strength they can come across, that they find their spine and manage to get out of that, and face sadly the guilt they never wanted to accumulate.
Right. Yeah. No, it's got to be. I often say I wish just for a moment I could know what it's like to walk around in the world through that person's eyes, and what they would have to do every day just to get up and feel like everything's okay and I'm who I want to be.
And that's and I think it's the difference between the people that are just used and the people who pull the strings. The people who pull the strings have very little of a conscience. They don't have remorse, or very little of it, but everybody else does, and that's why you will not see if you ever get to the people who pull the strings, they will not crack. They will not show any signs of panic, of their worldview breaking.
No.
They will at best show panic in the signs of being caught finally. But the people who bought into it, who are actually good people at heart, their panic is just in oh shit, what have I done?
The most extreme and disturbing example I can think of what you're just talking about to the very end is and I come back to it, the Jim Jones death recording, the last broadcast of the Jim Jones cult, where Jim Jones is up there telling them that they're coming for us now. We all have to do revolutionary suicide. We have to get out of this. And if you listen to this, it's so creepy because at one point early on in the recording, there's one of his followers, some lady, I forget her name. She stands up and she says, I'm not sure this makes any sense, because you
Ooh.
told us this and you told us that, and she was the doubting Thomas of this Last Supper, right?
Yeah.
And it's so, I mean, 'cause it's one of those things where we have the foreknowledge of what the outcome of this whole situation was, but if you actually listen to the recording and you listen to the progression of things, you listen that this one voice of reason comes out and says, well, you told us about Russia coming to save us. Like, she was still kind of in the fantasy of it, but
Mm.
so she said, what about Russia? Russia, you said that Russia would take us in, da 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 da. We don't have to do this. I mean, it's a suicide. And I just think, and Jim Jones, even at the very end, he was so sold on his own perfection and everything else that he successfully talks her down by getting the rest of everybody who's still a true believer to shout her down. And it's so terrifyingly tragic listening to that, and of course the ultimate outcome of it all. And while that is the extreme example, if you take that little interaction, that little sample of dialogue between everybody, as sort of the broad-based metaphor for what's going on and how things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what happens when you have somebody who speaks out against the group who was a former member or was a member online now? If somebody says something off cue, oh, now they're shouted down, they can't be allowed. And the person who's at the top of it still remains the perfect golden deity.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It is very cultish. It's not, to this point, thankfully, well, I can't say it's even not actively cultish, because we've seen the riots and everything else, although a lot of those are based more on opportunism than ideology. But I don't know.
Yeah, the personality cults are there. Those are more
Yeah.
like smaller cells.
Yes.
And on this note, if anyone has trouble with these kinds of things, abusive behavior, be it family, be it a cult, there's a channel that helped me a lot due to a lack of therapists. It's by an ex-therapist that I can recommend a lot. Puts a lot of work into his videos, by the name of Theramine Trees. That you can.
All right.
I can give you the link.
Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Yeah. Let me know if you can't put it in there. I'll give you more privilege.
Privilege?
Privilege? What the hell is that?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
That's on my TEDx bingo card. Privilege.
Oh, of course it is.
Oh yeah. Oh man, we.
Oh my god! Did you ever get those guys from Red Letter Media in your videos?
No. I mean, no.
Like,
why?
I mean, do you just put them in there for like a GIF in lieu of a GIF?
No, I actually have a bingo card for my TEDx talks.
Because that would be something, right?
Oh,
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Yeah, no, I love Red Letter. I keep watching their best of the worst. I would just watch one last night.
That's my favorite channel on YouTube ever.
They're so good. I like the one they were doing, like Rogue One or whatever. And it's like, we're breaking new ground. Oh my god!
Yeah, that didn't turn into a meme or anything.
No. Breaking new ground. Subverting expectations.
Subverting it. Breaking new ground.
Breaking new ground. Like, oh my god, it really is about family. It's about family. Oh god.
Oh my god. Have you ever seen a movie where there's an interview and they don't say that?
Is that just a wait, is that just the same language as the repetitive breaking the glass ceiling and first this, first that?
No.
Is that just the same language, just another DLC?
No, breaking the glass ceiling is all about opportunities previously denied.
Yes. But they sell us the movies with the same type of language. They just use different words now.
Well, breaking new ground is just, I mean, unless they're actually doing something that's unique, all they're saying is that they're taking an old story and putting a new spin on it by like changing out a character from male to female, or Star Wars Episode 7 was really like, we're breaking new ground by repeating the same story. It's bullshit. It's just.
Yeah, I know. It's hollow slogans.
Bullshit.
I know it's hollow slogans. I just wonder, is it actually just the same sentences, just with exchanged words, but the structure is the same. The supposed effect is the same. It just doesn't work because it's nonsense.
Well, everybody's seeking their new buzzword, buzz phrase, or some way to say to give an old concept a new coat of paint. So sure, breaking new ground, or this is the most.
It broke new ground.
It broke new ground. You know.
Oh my god.
Setting a new standard for blah 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 blah.
Just hearing that is like, that's better than the entire fucking Star Wars movie.
It's the most thing.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's far out. It's groovy. It's whatever. There's no what was the Joseph Campbell thing? There are no new stories left, just different variations on the same thing.
Yeah, it was like seven stories all along.
Yeah,
right?
something like that.
Yeah.
But they keep God, we're just watching the first episode of the new Animaniacs series they put out, and to their credit, they spend the first episode basically saying, "Yeah, we're a reboot. We're totally cashing in. This is all Hollywood being lacking empathy or lacking imagination." Like, okay, well at least you're self-aware, but in that self-awareness is also kind of cheap too. But whatever. Yeah, is there anything new? Is there anything left to do? I don't know.
Well, at least Animaniacs was even the original was supposed to be a bit of a take on Hollywood culture.
Yeah, I've only watched 2 episodes so far. They admit in the first episode, it's like, so all of this is being written in 2018, so we have no idea what's going on in 2020. So let us guess, and then they just dole out the most ridiculous doomsday scenarios, and I'm kind of like, well. Yeah. It's Trump's president, so yeah, well, I mean, you were kind of right. Anyway.
Well, especially today, that's an interesting sketch.
Yeah. There was one part where they said, we're not even sure if Trump will still be president by the time this comes out. Like, well, technically.
Jesus Christ.
But I like the glass ceiling joke, where they're just all hacking away and all the shards are coming down, raining down on everyone.
Yeah, stab you in the face.
Sharks?
Shards.
Ah.
I mean, if there's sharks there too, then it's Sharknado.
That'd be awesome.
Sharks spitting glass shards.
Yes.
Oof. That's fucking hilarious.
We could probably come up with a better movie idea just sitting here chatting.
Yeah. I just have to ask you, like, you guys have to be somewhere.
Oh, well, I mean, I'll probably bow out here in a few minutes just because I got the TEDx. As a shameless plug, I'm doing a live TED Excellence talk with Chaos Eve, my friend, regarding something about a revolution in gender and kids or something. That'll be at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, over on my channel, ScribeLight.
ScribeLight, you should.
Live.
If you are not subscribed to ScribeLight, you should be by now.
I will definitely check you out.
Yeah, we'll be having a bingo card, and we'll be having fun talking about that. looking out for all the buzzwords and things. Other than that, no, I don't have anything else going on.
No. Obviously, that is something everyone should check out.
Yeah, and Scribe, since you do stuff on this gender nonsense, if you are after you did the stuff, if you're interested on my take, just watch the earlier parts of the stream, because I don't have much on I don't have anything on my channel yet.
Why not? What's wrong with you? Get moving.
Undoomed has been pushing me for about a year now.
A year?
Yeah.
I got on one stream with Irate Bear back in the day, and I thought to myself, if this idiot can do it, I can do this kind of stuff. And that's what started me. Undoomed is pushing you to do stuff. Why aren't you doing stuff? Come on.
Yeah, but I wanted to get healthy first.
Oh, healthy. In a pandemic, nobody's healthy.
Dude, that was before that. I don't even notice the bloody pandemic, really, because I've been trapped in my apartment for about 2 years now.
Oh, man. That's all
And
the
then these
more
people
reason
are
to do
and
it.
these people are all going crazy
That
after a
means you
week.
can do some YouTube videos.
And I know in theory you are correct. No, really, I wanted to start in 2015. I think I started to get stuff together, and but I was still so busy that it fell apart again.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then was just health thing. Then I was 6 months regenerating, best time of my life. And then this CPTSD shit happened.
Regenerating, that's all Borg to me. Right?
Well, I am autistic, so maybe I am not entirely human.
But you know, right? It's a regeneration of the Borg.
But it really felt it really felt like that. It really felt like
do you
it
feel
wasn't
like
just.
you're the next stage of human evolution?
Then I would ask for a return product. I see why people can make try to make the argument. The problem is, so the autistic brain can have up to 40% more neurons per cubic centimeter, as per volume, and has more connections between them. This is like, let's say you have the, you have a 2020 state-of-the-art gaming PC. That's cool hardware. It's awesome. Problem is, the standard human consciousness, standard human mind, is the operating system equivalent to Windows 95. And in 95, with Windows 95, you do not have the drivers to operate this hardware. You will get weird problems with it. And that is what the case is for most autists. So, what evolution's doing is, it doesn't have an aim. Evolution is throwing shit at the wall, and what sticks, sticks. Mm-hmm. Most autists cannot survive. I think the IQ bell curve for autists peaks at 70. So which is very low. And so all the autists you see out there walking around and working in physics labs and with SpaceX or something, those are the high functioning types already. You do not see the low functioning ones. You won't ever see them. And in order for the autistic brain to stabilize, we need an environment where autists can thrive, which is probably not in production or in construction site work or something, but in these brainy jobs. So autists cannot survive without normal people doing the normal society stuff. That's number one. Number two, I believe autists can really only thrive and stabilize if the first world that we have, this luxurious high-tech thingy, with high levels of education and high levels of social support, can give them the environment to even get there, and then you get the more stable variants of autism that then can procreate, and that's how you get more stable autists.
Right.
So you're going to do YouTube videos when now?
Yeah.
What?
You just described all the ingredients necessary for you to do YouTube videos.
Yes. So where are they out there?
My perfectionism keeps me from it, because currently I can't learn any software or very, very hard because of this trauma is blocking everything. It's really hard for me to put new information in, and I want to make. I don't want to just have this animated wisp gif I ripped from Warcraft 3 there tingling. I want the nice UI like you have. I want the fancy stuff.
Jesus
Good.
Christ.
Okay, good. Okay, so here's the thing. All right, with the lockdown, and I'm being serious here for a second. Like I used to do scripted stuff almost exclusively. Okay, with the lockdown and having to sit at the same computer every morning to do my regular work, then having to transition my brain to being at the same computer and starting editing a video and stuff was kind of tough. And so as a sort of release, I just started doing live streams.
Mm-hmm.
And it's turned into this thing, which is just a regular, nice release file. So I think you should just baby step with some live streams on some subjects that you're interested in.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing this stuff with Undoomed now. Because
I know, but
this
you
is
should,
because I have to ignore the perfectionism. That's not going to work. Not with how my brain's currently affected by the trauma.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, you can't. You're going to ignore perfectionism, especially when live TV comes along, because you're always going to make mistakes with things.
Yeah.
But I think, it might be rough. I think that if after you've gotten comfortable being on here and allowing to be, and God knows I hate it too, being interrupted or talked over or something.
Hey, I'm dealing with my
thing.
self-esteem. I've been on stages for political shit. That's why I'm not mute anymore.
Okay. I mean, okay.
Fucking do your videos then.
Ah! I already have a list of mini topics.
Okay.
Because I know I'm not. What I initially wanted to do was the big stuff, and there are some YouTubers that I see as a good mark of level of quality to aim for. But I won't get there in any necessary time. So what I thought about was just do all these puzzle pieces, very little things, and yeah.
Well, here, and just as another shameless plug, in about an hour and a half or so, come watch my stream, or just a little bit of it, just to see, because I guess what you're going to see is the culmination of now 4 years of doing various things and stuff.
Yeah, that's where I should be. I know. I hate
No,
myself for not being there.
No, I'm not. This is
Scribe knows what he's doing.
I admittedly, before I came on here, I think I've seen you around a couple times. I don't know anything about you. I don't know anything about your trials and tribulations or anything else. And I'm not diminishing them. I'm just saying, if you need some inspiration to see someone who has absolutely no idea what the hell he's doing and just winging it every single time, and it's okay. Come on and watch the show. And hell, if you want to sometime, I'll have you on as a tandem in one of my, because I'm doing a tandem TEDx today with Chaos Eve. And we can, I'll find some random TEDx subject and we can just go off on it for an hour. Because here's the thing. You sound like a very, very intelligent guy. You're very thoughtful. You got a very, very active mind on these things. You're extremely articulate. Also, you're German and can speak English, which is always creepy. So I think you would be well served to at least start doing some stuff solo. Start making the mistakes that are going to be necessary for you to find your feet and your voice, because that's what happened to me. I mean, I was inspired before I started doing this. Undoomed was on my playlist. Undoomed, Hagbard, Celine, Skeptor, Sargon. These guys, Bearing. And over the course of time, I stopped watching all their stuff so I wouldn't be polluted, as we were talking about earlier. And I think I found my own thing. I don't know. It's garbage. It really is. But I enjoy it. It's relaxing for me. And whether it's perfect or not, it's not, because I'm not. Nobody is. So come and watch my show. Just see what it is. It's thrown together very well. Here's the other thing too. Having a format. Not having to think too hard about what you're doing or how you're going to do it helps a lot. So that's always part of it, because a little bit of structure takes a lot of the thinking out of it.
Yeah, that's why we have society and laws. A little bit.
I was told that having a society is meant to achieve equilibrium. That's what TEDx taught me the other day. The point of a society is to achieve equilibrium. I'm like,
yes.
I saw that movie. Christian Bale was great. No,
I mean. This is the problem with very, very, very short sentences. What I mean, it's one aspect of it, because it takes away. So living in a city takes away a lot of life problems from you that you would have to face in the wilds. In the wilds, I would not have time to think about quantum physics.
No, but you'd have to fucking hunt for your lunch.
Yeah, and that's why I would not have time to think about quantum physics.
Yeah, in the wilds I'd be dead because I have to wear glasses. My eyesight sucks. I mean, I would not. If evolution were allowed to proceed as it should have been, I wouldn't exist. But that's beside the point.
As long as you can see movement, that's fine.
Anyway, I gotta go. I gotta get a couple things done before the show. But Undoomed, thank you so much for having me on. Okay. It was great to just go all over the place and talk about whatever.
Yeah, I'm so happy you showed up, man.
Yeah, glad to get to know you.
Yeah, Wisp, nice to meet you. Do you have a Twitter or something else I can follow you on? Or
no. My Twitter's dead since 2009.
Okay, well, come watch.
I keep telling this guy to get a Twitter. He's like, no.
Okay, well, come watch my show. Say something in the chat. Say hello at the beginning there, and I'll give you a shout out.
When do you plan to start?
So it starts at let's see. So it's a 10:30 here now. So an hour and a half from now. So
Okay.
top of the hour, an hour and a half from right now.
Okay, I should
And,
still be awake then.
Okay. Yeah. I the middle. Are you in Germany?
Yes.
Okay.
Now I doxed myself.
I took 3 years of I took 3 years of German in high school. Der Käse ist in meiner Hose.
Ew. You should
what
get
is
rid
that?
of that dick cheese.
I know. Du bist ein Kartoffelsalat.
Holy shit!
why-
What is this?
You are a potato salad. That's all I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Ich bin ein
What? Say that again.
What?
Okay.
It was pronounced very well.
Du bist ein Kartoffelsalat.
Kartoffelsalat. All right.
You bist ein a Kartoffelsalat potato salad.
Du hast mich.
Du hast
mich gefragt.
Du hast gefragt.
And I said, Miss Pizza. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to be off. Undoomed again. Thanks for having me on. Wisp, I'll hopefully talk to you in a bit, and we should find a way to email or something because now you're a project of mine.
Why? Oh God! Why are you all so nice to me? I'm not used to that.
Because I'm a terrible person. That's why.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
The good
You guys
kind
have
of.
a good rest of the day. I'll talk to you soon.
Best person ever. So.
No, trust me. I have my demons.
The good kind of terrible.
Yes.
Mhm.
All right. Bye, everybody. I'll see you over on my channel about half an hour for TED Excellence.
All right.
That's where you should be.
There's
Take
me.
care.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
You have some cool friends.
He's an awesome dude. Love Scribe. I think we should round this show out and make sure everyone goes over there and
Yeah.
listen to him.
Yeah. So that's still 90 minutes. And
Yeah.
I'd just say, yeah, if there are any more questions, just chat away.
Yeah, I mean,
Because you have.
that's what they usually say. Like you should have like Scribe says, like, you should have a format. I don't have a fucking format. I should.
Well, we're just chilling
just-
here. That's different.
We're spitballing. But if you have a question in the chat, that's good.
Yeah, I hope I didn't miss anything. But if you have the opportunity to ask a transphobic tranny stuck in mid transition to ask stuff who was abused by SJWs, who tried to fight them before the term wasn't even a thing.
Wow, that's I haven't even thought about it that way. That's like hardcore, man.
Yeah, it's peak irony.
Jesus Christ.
And I still go around about being, oh, we're so progressive. Oh. Yeah, you drive a tranny to suicide, yes, because she doesn't agree with you. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, you're very wonderful people.
Very progressive. You're so wonderful.
Well, you didn't agree with us and didn't take more of our abuse, so of course we had to do that. We're completely justified. Fuck you. I believe we need to add the
So I guess we have some questions here. Like,
I don't. There's a question.
Ramiel Pollard says, let's see here. Who is your daddy, and does he do? What do you mean? Who's my daddy? I'm my daddy. Come on, dude. Work with me here. I don't have no daddy. And that is obviously true. And that is true in the literal and the funny sense. My dad is dead. So I'm my daddy. Next one is Dan S says you should have more shows. Well, yeah, that is something that I understand. I'm just so fucking busy. I don't understand how I can how the coronavirus can make me more busy than it's weird.
Yeah.
Other people are. I feel so bad for them. Like Jesus Christ, everyone's getting fired, and it's so hard for them. But for me, they're just like crazy. They just need me all the fucking time. Um, I don't know what to say. So, gotcha. I would love to have some free time too. I've not had free time for I don't know how many months now. I've worked every single day except for like days like this when I just take this night off to have a live stream and talk to some friends. That's it. So yeah. Next, here, who's your daddy, and what does he do? Reference. Kindergarten cop. What? All right.
The Arnold movie.
Yeah, I know, but I don't remember anything about that movie except that he was in there.
Yeah, I remember it existed.
Yeah, I that's all I remember. Like, yeah, Arnold was in there, and he's like, yes, he did something like, whoa, whatever. I have no idea, but thank you for your consideration. Anyway, there we are.
Yeah. And you sound tired.
Sorry?
And you sound tired, and I'm getting a little tiny bit of a headache.
Yeah, we should stop the stream and go over to.
Yeah, I just
The
want to
Scribe-
say. Yeah, I just want to say. I have very few things right now that really cheer me up, and these streams do, and
That's
I'm
awesome.
very, very thankful for that. And you have an awesome
you.
chat. You have an awesome chat that's very nice and very engaged on this little tiny channel.
Yeah, that little tiny channel that I didn't even think anyone was going to show up to.
Yeah, and I hope we save the monetization a little bit.
Yeah, they make you sort of show up and have streams, otherwise they'll terminate your ass. So, hopefully this means I get to keep my channel.
Oh yeah, and Dan reminds us to remember Snowdon for his first 1000.
Yeah, snow. No, well,
Just put it all in the description.
I'm not sure it was Snow Dog.
I can scroll up and check because I didn't know him.
No, I know him. I just can't remember how he pronounces his name.
Snowdub.
Snow Dub, exactly. That's his name.
Snowdub Music and Entertainment.
Snowdub is a good guy that I enjoy talking to. So yes. All right. So anyway, this has been awesome, and
Yep.
you guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for showing up to this little tiny channel with us just talking bullshit for a couple hours. That's amazing. I didn't think anyone was going to show up, but obviously you did, and this will obviously help save the channel because they always keep bugging me about, yeah, you have to do something or we're going to delete it because YouTube they're assholes, right? So we did something now, and that'll probably keep them off our ass for a little while. And besides that, it was really a lot of fun, and I think we should do this more often.
Cool.
So
I'm around. As long as I'm around, I'm up for it.
yeah, So we should do that. We should not just do it because it's something we have to do to save the channel. We should do it
To have
'cause it's
fun.
fun because it was.
Yeah.
So yeah. All right, everyone. So thank you for showing up, and we'll see you on the next stream.
Yeah.
I-
Goodbye. Have a great time and stay sane.
Yeah, say cheese.
Käse?
Fucking Germans. Can't even say cheese. Okay, bye.
Hooray!
So I guess we're off the air.